Hey, Jason, we're getting
if you could summarize what is
some
wrong
noise from you.
with the study that was already done, because
we're all set.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I'd like to call to order the March 31st, 2022 committee meeting of the Judiciary Committee. I don't believe that currently my co-chair has any comments. We're going to go into a brief recess. We should reconvene shortly, and we will make sure that everybody knows that we are reconvening. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Thursday, March 31st, 2022 meeting of the Judiciary Committee. At this point, if there's comment or statement from one of my co-chair or ranking members, please proceed. Seeing none, we will get underway. But first, let me make some remarks. The other day, we had some feedback issues. What I'm going to say to anybody who is in the room present is that when you speak at all times, you should be using the physical microphone in front of you, even to vote. The administrator of the committee will be able to see you. The feed that is public to the public is the CTN feed that will satisfy the rules and prohibit or preclude the feed that we got the other day. So for the information of anyone who will be in the room, that is how we will proceed. Okay, so we are now under Roman numeral 3 on your agenda, if you're looking at it. Item number 1, that is SB number 5, and it is an act concerning online dating operators, online child grooming and harassment, domestic violence training and protections for victims of family violence and domestic violence. Is there a motion?
Motion for JFS LCO number 4170, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion on the floor for JFS LCO number 4170. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Representative Blumenthal. This is a bill that comes to us originally intending to look at age verification as it relates to online dating in the space we now inhabit online. We were looking to do child grooming, create a grant program to prevent online abuse. We were looking to make sure that we had the advocates in the courts that we've talked about during the advancement of this bill. What the JFS language in front of us does is it strikes, in Section 5, it strikes the child grooming, replaces that with the working group. It makes adjustments to the online abuse grant program. It removes references to CCADV and domestic violence training, and it makes technical edits to the term employee. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Mr. Chairman, I have some questions about this bill that comes before us. I reviewed the language in depth. I think there's some very troubling aspects. I don't know if it's drafting, but I just have some questions, particularly in line 27, the term confidential information appears. And I understand in various forms, our courts, federal law, sometimes state law, that term is defined. And I see no link up. So what is anticipated in line 27 as being the width and breadth of confidential information through you?
Thank you, Representative. Because it's not defined in the bill, all that I can give you on that is that the definition of the term would be the term as we conventionally think about it as being defined.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's, very first question, very troubling in that we're holding businesses to a standard in this language to hold that confidential information, whatever that is, from disclosure. And I can't tell from reviewing this language what we would be holding a business to. But I move on. I do intend to vote against this bill. It's my intention also to show some of the problems with this bill. Conceptually, I agree with some of the thought process behind the policy that underlies this bill, but I have a lot of trouble with what's before us.
One thing, Representative Fitzpatrick, I sorry to cut you off, but I would just also add to the response I gave to you that oftentimes when we are signed up for these things, there are things that are deemed confidential by the provider. Those things would also, I believe, fall under the term confidential as a provider, deem them confidential, and the expectation on the part of the user was that they would remain so. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Yes, understood, and I thank you for that. And that would form a contract. That would be the contract between the provider and the user, and there has to be some sort of a agreement as to what is included there. And I don't know, I don't see any guidance as to, what would be included. For instance, one of the things that's listed, they're supposed to provide their social security number or the last 4 digits of the social security number. Is the social security number confidential? One could reasonably find that would be. Is the last 4 digits confidential, which one can opt just to give? I can't tell from this language. It also indicates that a online dating account shall be non-transferable. So how, and then that's in line 36. How is, other than the some sort of advisory to the one who signs up to be part of this, how does one prevent the user from giving their password to another individual? Because once again, we're holding the online dating system to make sure that this doesn't happen. So how is it anticipated through the process to prevent me from giving my password to Representative Staffstrom, for instance, to utilize under my account through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I am not sure that I completely understand what it is you are asking. I think we're talking about the actions, at least the way this conversation is framed, we're talking about the actions on the part of the provider. The provider would not be the one giving away their information. I don't think there's any responsibility there on the part of the provider themselves. I'm not sure what you're asking, given the framing of the question.
Sure, thank you. And it's my understanding that line 36 and the language before and after sets up the criteria by which a online dating service can operate in our state. It sets the parameters, how their system has to work. So it says that, they're required to record the user's certification. That's on the employer. And in the next line, it says each online dating account shall be non-transferable. So that's on the employer, or not the employer, the company, the provider, to make sure that it is non-transferable. So how, I don't know of any online thing that is non-transferable, like giving a password. So I don't even know that technology exists. So how is it anticipated that we're going to hold the provider to that standard through you?
The best that I can give you to you, Representative Fishbein, the best that I can give you on that is that I believe that, as you suggest, when it comes to the user themselves and certain elements of control of their account, at least as we currently sit, and no one can tell what the future holds, but at least as we currently sit, the user has the ability to allow other people into their accounts and do other things. I think as time goes on, depending on how many things are required in terms of biometrics and things like that, that may change. But the user has the ability to allow other people into their accounts. I think this is not this bill, and this section of the bill is not necessarily going to capture everything within the realm of possibility. I think what it is setting forth is that the provider is supposed to make sure that the account cannot be transferred in ways that a provider might do, in ways that are outside of the user themselves. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Well, I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I would I would have expected that the language would express that, because it merely has the word non-transferable, which to me, and to lay people would mean it can't be transferred under any way, shape, or form. And I'm troubled because, we're saying to a business, you can operate in this space if you do X, Y, and Z. And we're putting the Department of Consumer Protection in here at a level to make sure these things don't happen. So if somebody did give their password to someone else, then arguably DCP could say, you can't operate in the state of Connecticut anymore. And I don't know that they could ever meet that requirement of the statute. Moving on to line 73, it talks about the commissioner or the commissioner's designee being empowered to issue subpoenas. And I know we have discussed this language in other aspects of things that we do on this committee, but I do not see any requirement that individual be an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Connecticut. Am I reading that incorrectly through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I do not believe that you are reading that incorrectly. I would also just say in response, I think this may help, it may worsen the case, but I think in response to your last point, as we went back and forth, I think that if there were some sort of a breach, the complainant would likely be the user. If the user provided the information, I think that would obviate any claim that the user would have, since it was the user who provided the information through you to you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just troubled by lines 73 through 74, which is empowering an individual to issue a subpoena who's not an attorney, and I do not think that to be appropriate given other discussions that we've had. But moving on to section 5, we have this concept of grooming, which I do agree we need to do something about this situation. And we do have another bill on our agenda here today that has to do with specific things having to do with grooming and putting in place a law that says you shall not do certain things and making it a felony, actually. Why do we need this working group in conjunction with that substantive law that I believe we're going to be dealing with on this committee here today through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. And I guess all that I can say to that is, as I'm not the mind behind the bill, all that I can say to that is working groups, when they work here at the General Assembly, provide us with more information than we know, and thoughts about how we should proceed forward. Having another bill that is dealing with the issue, I don't think prevents us from having a working group to look further into the issue. And I think, at least as it relates to Senate Bill 5, the thought was that we needed to think more deeply about how we deal with this issue, which we all agree is an important issue to be dealt with. So that would be the genesis and the purpose of having a working group. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then examining the members of the working group, one of the most troubling portions of this particular bill, the President pro temp of the Senate has an appointment, and at least right now, that is a Democrat, correct, through you?
Currently, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And then the Speaker of the House of Representatives, they also get an appointment, and that's currently a Democrat, correct?
Currently, that would be correct.
And then the Senate chairperson is currently a Democrat. I think that's you. Well, the Joint Standing Committee, yeah, Judiciary.
I can confirm that I am a Democrat, yes.
Okay. And then the House chair also has an appointment to this working group, and that's also Democrat, correct?
It is my understanding Representative Stasham is a Democrat, yes.
Okay. So we have 4 arguably Democratic appointments to this committee. Where's the bipartisanship here? Is there anybody from the minority party that's allowed to appoint somebody to this working group through you?
A couple of things I will say to that. As I look at this, the normal construct we have where we have minority leader appointments, I do not see as we move forward. I think that is something we will take another look at. But beyond that, the positional appointments, while they may be occupied by people of one party or another, are positional, and as positions potentially change, they move all over the place. So I can't speak to the current, because this would be in statute going forward. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with all due respect, I find that the makeup of this working group to be offensive to any nature of bipartisanship. Whoever drafted this language has said, we don't want to hear from the minority party. They get no appointments to this committee, this working group, and it doesn't matter. They represent constituents. We don't care. I don't know how one could even fathom doing that. It's unfortunate. I don't know the genesis of that, but it's troubling.
If I might, Representative Fishbein.
Yeah, sure.
I think I've represented many things over the years to people, and haven't gone back on a single one. I take your point, and I think that it is the normal way of operating here, where when we have committees, commissions, etc., when there are legislative appointments, we do it in a particular manner. And I would suggest that I believe that we should continue to do that. And we'll endeavor to make sure that if this bill moves out of the committee, which I hope it does, that is exactly what we do. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. And I do not blame you or the other ranking member for excluding the minority party from any appointments on this working group. So I just want to make that clear. Looking at line 131, where we talk about actual online abuse, the beginning part of that talks about speech, bad speech, hatred, prejudice, bigotry, that kind of stuff based upon perceived religion, so on and so forth. But then at the end, if we look at that last sentence, we have they're one-word statements. Harassment. What is harassment in the context of this particular claim of online abuse? I can't tell. So perhaps if you could let us know what we are actually voting on in that context. What is harassment as contemplated being online abuse through you?
To you, Representative Fishbein, the language in this section is not defined per the bill. So therefore, and it's not linked to it, doesn't appear to be linked to an already existing section. So therefore, it would be, as I answered for the definitional question earlier, the definition as we conventionally know it.
Okay. And is the harassment tied to anything as drafted? Because I argue that there's subs, right? It's section 6, sub 2, sub B. So we exclude A, right? A is done because there's no and. It's not joined together. So online abuse is harassment. We go right to B. It doesn't have to be based upon race, bigotry, religion, national origin. It is something different. So what is it? How many times does it happen? I mean, harassment is, to the layperson, communication to another individual that is perhaps repetitious, right? So if somebody contacts me by email and says, why'd you vote against that bill? And I don't get back to them in a week, and they email me again. Why did you vote against that bill? At some point, that becomes harassment. in the layperson's term. So is that actionable under this language? I mean, I'm irresponsible and not responding, but it merely says that harassment is online abuse. So what is anticipated through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein, and to you. I don't think you're irresponsible. I think you're probably as busy as the rest of us. But in terms of the question you're asking about harassment, I think that what is intended it may be different than how it currently is sits before us. But what is intended is not for simple questioning, even if it's repeated, but is for the types of things that we understand to be harassment in the legal context currently. And I will grant that the bill as it's currently written may not indicate that, but I think, as you know, that this bill has been going through various iterations and still has iterations, I believe, to go after this committee. So I know that may not be a satisfying answer, but I believe it to be the most accurate answer possible.
No, I accept that. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you're not the genesis of this language, but the language is before us. So I do appreciate that. We also have in line 131, the straight word without any confines, swatting. Now, I know what swatting is. It's like when you call and you call in an emergency situation with the intent of some spectacle. You call in a fire or something like that, false alarm. So am I to understand that online abuse is as contemplated by SB 5, is using an online service to make a claim of some sort of emergency? Is that what's intended by the utilization of the single word swatting through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. And I guess I'm out on a little bit of a limb here, but I imagine that what we're intending to do here is to, when one uses swatting as you were defining it, right, where we are, for instance, trying to cause the police to respond to get someone into trouble or to cause chaos in their life using these online tools, that would be the trigger. It's not just an online complaint. There may be a legitimate one, right? So I don't think it's meant to catch those, but I think it's meant to catch them as we currently think of, and in other places in the state statutes define swatting.
Yes, and I know that I think it was 2 years ago we passed a law having to do with swatting, and I think that that's already covered by that law. It basically said, you swat, it's a crime, and so on and so forth. So why do we need to put this in this online abuse portion through you?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. You are correct about the history of swatting. We do have swatting in law. I think this is, as I suggested earlier with a different question and answer, I think this is to further define, clarify that swatting in this way is an issue too, and that we will respond to it in a particular way through you, to you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to that, how under this language is swatting dealt with differently as anticipated by this language? Because I couldn't figure that out either through you.
So this section before us is dealing with the grants program so that we can get training and in the prevention of online abuse, information for how we identify persons who are doing what we are now calling online abuse, reporting and responding. So this is adding those terms to that section and making sure that those things fall under the purview of those sections so that we can develop the method by which we do all of the things I just suggested, the identification, reporting, and responding to you, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of other things. I just wanted to touch on a couple of others. When we move to line 509, which deals with existing language, we are removing from the standard the term substantial. Presently, under the laws, it has to do with the sexual harassment statutes. And it's a test, has to do with conduct, has the purpose or effect of, and right now it says substantially interfering with individuals' work performance. But for some reason, someone has found that standard to be too high, and they're removing the substantial. Why? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, just one question back to you, Representative Fishman. I missed the line where you were, and,
Oh, sure.
and it's your question, so you know, but I don't. Could you just direct me to the line?
Sure, absolutely. 509, and it does appear in some other places, but that's the one that I highlighted.
Thank you for the question, Representative. It does, by removing it substantially, I think it does, you're correct, it does change the standard. I think the belief is that if this type of behavior is causing an interference with one's work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, which should never be the case, that standard, as you suggest, may be too high and was I think from the mind of those who were advocating for this was never actually the right standard to you, Representative Fishbein.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And unfortunately, many of the advocates in these areas have no experience in litigating these cases, but is there some case out there in which they were unable to prove substantially, but mere interfering was enough through you?
I can't speak to what is the genesis of others' desire to move in this direction. The only thing that I can say is that, again, I believe that whether there was a case or not, that it is the feeling that when you have created an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, that's enough, right? When you've impinged upon people's ability to do their work, whether that's what some people would call substantial, which also is not necessarily easily defined, is enough, right? And we could debate whether that's a correct assumption or not, but I think that is the direction that this bill would be moving us in. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears to be another anti-business bill that unfortunately we see all too often up here. I do agree that no workplace should be intimidating, hostile, or offensive, anywhere. But I see no need in lowering this standard, which is subjective to begin with. And I think the original drafters of the language and the law that we presently have felt it appropriate to have a standard, but merely removing the word substantially makes no standard. It's totally subjective, and in my opinion, totally improper. Moving on to line 559 through 560. And I think we talked about this at the public hearing. The standard of undue influence or undue hardship that's described there, also subjective, but how is that to be determined pre-action before CHRO, which I think is contemplated here? How does one determine an employer whether or not it's an undue hardship, or is it on a case-by-case basis? Through you.
Representative Fishbein, I'm going to ask you a question for clarity on my part. I would like to answer your question to the best of my ability. Are you asking me, is it a single set standard for every employer for every situation, or are you asking me if that's the kind of thing we're doing, or if it's as we currently deal with undue hardship in these types of things, which is different?
Well, I'm not asking that because I know that we can't have a standard for every employer because every employer is different. Um, but I'm looking at, in the context of this particular paragraph, this talks about a victim of family violence, which, we know happens, um, you know, but how does the employer deal with that? And if a victim asks for time off, whether or not the employer is mandated to give the time off or not is dictated by this undue hardship. And I'm just trying to figure out, if this was to become law, how does an employer determine that balance based upon what's before us? Through you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I think currently we have this on other things, right, that aren't domestic violence, and that the employer will assert that and ask a claim that there's a need for a reasonable accommodation functions in such a way as to create the undue hardship. That is potentially going to be judged outside of the employer and employee. Sometimes the employee recognizes that the employer is correct, and we move forward. There's a long-standing history of dealing with reasonable accommodations, and I think this would be dealt with in the same exact way.
Well, thank you for that. And then I just have a couple of more. In line 568, it talks about additional accommodations for an employee. And it says that accommodations are available to an employee so long as they're not the perpetrator of the family violence against a child in that particular case. I thought that people were innocent until proven guilty. But as I read this language, we're putting the employer in the position of determining whether or not an employee was the perpetrator, therefore guilty of a crime of domestic violence or family violence. Am I reading that correctly through you?
If you give me a second to reread the section in its context, I will give you an answer.
Sure.
To you, Representative Fishbein, first, I don't think that this section causes the employer to make a judgment in the way we normally talk about it here about the innocence or guilt. I think that as the situation is contextually provided to the employer, if the person attempting to seek the accommodation is the person who took the negative action, then that person would not be an individual who could be seeking the reasonable accommodation. I will grant you that reading the language, it may be somewhat unclear how that would function, but I believe that is how that section is supposed to function. To you, Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do agree. I think the underlying intent may have some merit, but I do point out that there is a disqualification if the individual is the perpetrator of violence. In 568, that clause also appears in 579. So I don't know how an employer is able to ascertain whether or not one is the perpetrator. Especially, let's say both individuals get arrested as a result of, which still does happen in the state. I just don't know. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, in line 678, I am glossing over a lot of the other very serious problems with this language. I had to read this language about 6 times last night, and I still don't understand it. And I'll read it. It shall be an affirmative defense that the harassing conduct complained of does not rise above the level of what a reasonable person would consider discrimination. So my takeaway is what a reasonable person would consider discrimination is not acceptable. It has to be above that for an affirmative defense. Can you unpack that, please, through you, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. If you give me a moment.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I believe that your interpretation is correct. I will say this. We, as this bill moves forward, I believe, given the way that that reads, we need to continue to put pen to paper to clarify what this language is attempting to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll defer to my colleagues.
Senator Kissel.
Good morning, Chairman Winfield. Just a couple things. Appreciate the questioning that Representative Fishbein just made, and the public testimony regarding this. My recollection is Senator Looney came and testified on this. So a couple of things. It's my intention at the outset to support this bill out of committee and reach out to my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, yourself, Chairman Winfield, Senator Flexer, and others that have a strong desire to see these issues move forward. I think there's a lot of good in here, but I agree with Representative Fishbein that there's definitely some areas that, as the good chair said, we need to put pen to paper and perhaps hone some of the definitions so that they're clearer and we can work with them. As far as the composition of the working group, Chairman Winfield, we can bring your representations to the bank. And I have no doubt that Republicans will have, or members of the minority party, since this will eventually become statute, is my guess, will have representation on the working group as well. I think what's one of the most important things is the fact that we're going to have some funding here for the domestic violence counselors, and that there's some really good initiatives here regarding our state's combating issues regarding domestic violence. I've enjoyed working with the advocates and Senator Flexer on these issues. There's some great folks in the House, Representative Rabimbis. These are important issues to folks in the House. And so I think there's a lot of good initiatives in here as well. My only question, and this is just for my own edification at this time, is regarding Section 6 and this grant program to be administered by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. I believe that's the right fulfillment of the acronym DESP. And it's an online abuse grant program. And I just, I don't know who applies. Are we talking $1,000 grant, $10,000 grant? Only because there might be some folks watching on CTN or in my district, if the papers, radio, or television reports on this saying, do we qualify to apply for a grant? How do we go about doing this? Who would we reach out to? Again, assuming this remains intact, that there's funding behind this, and that it's signed into law.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. I'll start with the very bottom of the section. Letter E, the department may only award a grant to an eligible entity in an amount not to exceed $30,000 during any fiscal year. The grants are for, as in the exchange that I had with Representative Fishbein, for those types of programs that would be helping us to do the things that are higher up in that total section 6, which are in sub B. Including preventing online abuse, informing individuals, identifying, reporting, those types of things. So what happens is that after there will be funds that go from the state, and then within 3 months, the administrator of the grants program will issue a request for proposals to any of the entities that are allowed to apply. And so we have a cap on how much the entities can get to do that type of work. I hope that's a clear answer to you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a clear answer regarding the amount of dollars we're talking about, but are there entities out there right now that counsel people against online abuse? I know that we have domestic violence shelters and local agencies that are devoted in helping those that are going through this process. I believe there's 501c3s out there, but I just don't know what that universe is, or if someone's got to try to create something out of whole cloth. So I'm just trying to just put a little flesh on those bones regarding that.
Yes, thank you, Senator Kissel. And I guess that I should have included that in my answer. If you start at the beginning of the section in line 120, we actually have a definition for eligible entity. Under that definition, you have local or regional school districts, historical societies, tax-exempt registered entities that are registered with the Secretary of State, government agencies. So there is a relatively broad yet defined group of entities that would be eligible to you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think that's really important information to get out there, especially with local or regional school districts. Certainly, I know that my local municipalities are, if they're active in this area, they may want to avail themselves of making a grant application. It's no small amount of money. Even if you get a grant regarding this up to, let's say it's $10,000, not $30,000, that's substantial when you're trying to cobble together initiatives. And it's a way to incentivize those local groups that are trying to address these issues. So I think that's a good initiative as well. So there's a lot of good working pieces in here. I think I hate to use the term work in progress, but there's plenty of things here that maybe can be fine-tuned a little bit, but I think the overall initiatives is a very worthy one. And for that reason, I will be voting yes today and urging my colleagues to support this Senate proposal, get out of committee this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the exchange earlier, and in particular with regard to Section 5. I think we can possibly clear up perhaps a drafting error that happened when this was put together. I know that we try and work in a bipartisan matter here, and I'm looking at Section 5 sub B, which has to do with the working group regarding grooming. And I think it would be appropriate if there was Republican representation on that working group. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we add the minority leaders from the Senate and the House, as well as the ranking members of this committee, to the working group. So moved.
Moved by Representative Fishbein.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on the motion before the committee? Is there discussion? Sorry, hold on. Representative Fishbein, if you'd hold a second.
can see the headlines now.
Sorry about that, Representative. I don't see any discussion, so I'm going to call that a friendly amendment to the bill. So I think we can have a voice vote on the amendment. Correct, Madam Administrator?
That is correct.
So could we please do that? All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. The amendment passes and attaches to the bill. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you call the roll.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel,
Senator
Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative
Sorry.
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Senator?
Sorry about that. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Howard, Representative Khan, Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser, Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Sorry, Madam Clerk, what number item were we on? I apologize.
item number 5, that was a motion for a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4170, further a friendly amendment, that was a voice vote, amendment A, offered by Representative Fishberg and seconded by Senator Kissel.
I'll pass if I may for a moment. Thank you.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik,
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Clerk, can Representative O'Day be marked as a yes, please?
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could Representative Dillon be marked in the affirmative, please?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Clerk, can Senator Chicarella also be marked as a yes, please?
Got it, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Votes will remain open until 5 p.m. We'll next move to number 5 under Roman numeral 3. Senate Bill number 425, an act concerning sentence modification. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by, I don't know why, sorry. Moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Kissel. This is a bill that comes to us seeking to fix what appears to be an inability to interpret the law as had been intended by the legislature. It makes sure that the sentence modifications under Public Act 21, 102 and 104 are applied to applications made on or after the effective date, but apply to sentences imposed prior to or on or after the effective date of those public acts. Is there discussion? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had some concerns regarding sentence modification, but as you had indicated, we did vote in favor of modification previously. If we didn't make this adjustment, it would seem to not make sense what we just passed a year ago, because for there to be an effect of this, people would have to wait for 5 years before someone could apply for a modification of their sentence. And typically, we as a legislature, whether you like the bill and voted for it or against it, wouldn't put something in motion that people would have to sit around and wait 5 years before it would have any kind of impact whatsoever. So I think clearly what we passed was applicable to sentences that were already being served. And no matter how people feel about the substance, I think the bill that we have before us at this time is merely a clarification of that proposal that we voted out favorably last year. And for the other point I want to stress is that prior to that, for those people that were concerned with modification, there was no limit on how often an inmate could apply for modification. And the previous bill that we passed a year ago did limit it to once every 5 years. And I believe that at least that portion of the initial proposal was salutary and at least limited the number of times that people would go through the process. That being said, I will say there was testimony, especially for those victims of very horrific crimes, that it is terrible for them to have to relive a lot of these terrible circumstances in these hearings. And perhaps in the future we can revisit that issue, especially when there may have been a homicide involved and we're dragging through the process, the loved ones, the children, the spouses, and the friends and neighbors of the victim who was killed. And I just think we can do better regarding that and other serious felonies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. And I think that the voices of those who came before us were heard, and I believe that we will be doing some work on that, particularly on the situations where a person might not actually be currently eligible. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was Senate Bill 425, an act concerning sentence modification, and the motion was for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
And the baby.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Chicarella.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky passes for the moment.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Could you please repeat Representative? There you go. I can't see it. There you go.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Thank you. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard. I saw you just joined. Representative Howard, you out there? Okay. Representative Khan. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Can you please raise, can you please repeat? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Senator Sampson votes no.
Thank you. Representative Sims. Representative Veach. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Curry is here and votes yes.
Representative Veach votes yes as well. Thank you.
Madam Administrator, Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, we'll move on to number seven under Roman numeral 3, which is SB number 445, an act concerning the provisions of emergency medical services to an individual who's in the custody or control of a peace officer. There's a JFS. It's LCL 4118.
Second.
Moved by Representative Stafford, seconded by Senator Kissel. This bill is to make sure that the medical services for those who experience a medical condition or are medically unstable are provided. The JFS language provides us with minor word changes to the phrase or related to a substance use or mental health disorder to make sure we have consistency. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Okay, that was item number 7, Senate Bill 445, an act concerning the provision of emergency medical services to an individual who is in the custody or control of a peace officer. JFS proposed substitute LCO 4118 was the motion. Senator Winfield.
Senator
Representative Stafford.
Representative Stafford votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
It's always my way.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne. Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Could you please repeat, Representative? I couldn't see you.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Could you please repeat? We want to see your face again.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Khan. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Representative.
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Beach votes yes.
Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, we will move to item number 9, Senate Bill number 458, an act concerning the provisions of substance use disorder and mental health services to individuals who are incarcerated. There's a JFS. It is LCO 4101. This bill was seeking to, thank you. Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Senator Kissel. Sorry, I was trying to, I did it again. Moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Kissel.
I get them confused all the time.
So yeah. So what this bill was seeking to do was require the commissioner of the Department of Corrections to review, evaluate, and make recommendations on the provision of substance use disorder treatment services and mental health services. What the new LCO does is, in the very first sentence, it references the reference to the Secretary of OPM is deleted. Is there discussion? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think well, at least I've learned over the last few years that we need to look at this issue very closely. The reporting indicates that a significant amount of individuals that are incarcerated have some level of mental health issues, and certainly one who is in the care of the state due to something that they did in the community or elsewhere. We have a level of duty to make sure that those needs are addressed. I very much am thankful that this bill was put in that makes recommendations. I'm also thankful for the bipartisan discussions that we had regarding who was going to be involved in this. And I think this is a very important thing that we need to look at very closely. I know we've had a lot of discussions about this when we met with Commissioner Quiros. The majority of our meeting had to do with this issue. So I'm fully in favor of what's before us here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Madam Administrator.
That's item number 9, Senate Bill 450.
Wait, Madam Administrator. Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we create a consent calendar and that we move item number 9, SB 458, to that consent calendar.
Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. And just for clarity, that's number 9 under Roman numeral 3. Okay, we next will move to number 10 under Roman numeral 3, which is Senate Bill number 459, an act concerning the Commission for Correctional Oversight, the use of isolated confinement, seclusion, restraint, strips, the Stop Solitary Bill. Is there a motion for JFS LCO 4192?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Kissel. This is the bill that we have had in various forms in front of the committee for several years. This year, as at the end of last year, conversations have taken place and gotten us to a place where there is agreement on how to proceed forward. Is there discussion? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill has been given the moniker, the Stop Solitary Bill. Just to be clear, this does not stop the use of solitary confinement, but it does restrict the use of solitary confinement, and it has provisions in it which prevents the subjectively what I believe to be the improper use of solitary. There's also other provisions in here. I do thank the advocates that have apparently come together on this. I do thank the bipartisan discussions that we've had regarding some of the troubling aspects of this, and those my concerns that I did raise have been addressed. I don't know that this bill, as it's presented to us here today, in its present form, is something that I can totally support. Therefore, I'm going to be voting no, just to flag it for now, as I think additional review is necessary. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein, and appreciate it. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I voted against the solitary confinement segregated housing bill last year. It passed, but I was thankful that Governor Lamont, in his wisdom, vetoed the bill. And I would guess that that was under the advice and recommendation of Commissioner Quiros. Clearly, our Corrections Commissioner is very mindful about the safety of the men and women who serve in the Department of Corrections. I haven't really stated this ad nauseum this year, but I have an opportunity now to say that I am the state senator here in Connecticut with more correctional facilities than any other state senator. And certainly it has brought me up close and personal with the difficulties of the job of working day in and day out in our correctional facilities, men and women. And these are facilities that have to be manned or womaned or staffed to be more appropriate 24/7. And it's a dangerous job. Yeah, we believe in a second chance society, and yes, we have a lot of programs, but let's face it, a lot of folks that find themselves incarcerated in our correctional facilities have done violent things to find themselves there. And at any given moment, something may happen which would cause them to lash out either at a corrections officer or at another inmate. And to try to bring that situation under control, quite often, an inmate would have to be put into some form of segregated housing to be away from other individuals where he, more often than not, but it could be a she, would pose a risk to either other corrections inmates or personnel. This bill before us is a compromise that was worked on by folks in the Department of Corrections under the leadership of Commissioner Quiros. There was ample testimony, including those folks from Local 391 who represent corrections officers in my neck of the woods, North Central Connecticut, where we have now with the closure of Northern, McDougall Walker over in the great town of Suffield. And while a good neighbor to the community, let's make no mistake about it, McDougall Walker now has our most serious offenders, with Northern being closed, and McDougall Walker is the largest correctional facility in all of New England. And so they grapple with these issues on a daily basis. As Representative Fishbein indicated, this does not completely eliminate isolated or segregated housing to calm down situations and bring matters under control and maintain safety for everyone involved. But we are working our way away from that and trying to utilize other methodologies to maintain safety of both those folks who work so tirelessly for all of us within the correction facilities, but also other inmates that we don't want harmed and their loved ones don't want harmed because as we know, well upwards of 90% of those folks incarcerated in Connecticut today will be released back into the community. So I applaud everyone for going back, sitting at the table, discussing this, and especially the leadership of Chairman Winfield regarding this issue, where we have had discussions many years. This hasn't just been a couple of years. And the good senator has put things in motion that I think that need, I won't point out each one along the way, but if certain things weren't started years ago, we wouldn't be where we are today. And for his doggedness regarding this, Senator Winfield should be congratulated. But on the other side of the coin, I've often pushed back because my concern is the safety of, in particular, the corrections officers. Not that that's not a consideration, but sometimes finding that happy medium is not an easy trick. And I think we're well on our way. And I think that this bill is the one that probably will get across the finish line, although I certainly respect anybody voting no at this point to flag the bill or continue to monitor its progress through this legislative session. So To all those who spent so much time on this, I applaud them, but Local 391 and the other locals throughout the state of Connecticut, I haven't forgotten you. And if anything comes up, please contact members of this committee and other folks in the legislature. Thank you so much, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Senator Kissel, and thank you for the recognition. I would just say that there are many members of this committee who've been involved in this conversation for a long time and working to get us to a place where we potentially have a bill that can actually make it out of the House and the Senate, including Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say that I will be voting in the affirmative on this bill. But I would like just to state, that there are several different ways of looking at this. We've heard from a lot of people on different sides of this issue during the public hearing, as well as, outside of the committee. I get letters on a daily, well, I won't say a daily, but on a regular from inmates that are incarcerated, mostly in the Good Senators District. And I can tell you, as a mom who has had a son that has been incarcerated and been in solitary confinement, this talk about the most violent and the worst of the worst, I have to push back on. That is not the case from the people that are closest to this and that have experienced it. I believe that we are making strides with this bill, but I would like to say that I don't think it goes far enough. I would like to see stop solitary confinement. I would like to see it done away with. It is inhumane. It is torture. And I believe that anything that arises from that within a violent nature is something that is prompted by being caged. When you cage people and you treat them like animals, well, if they start to behave that way, we shouldn't be surprised. So I think that there are a lot of things that we have done that are good here, but there are things that could be better. I will support it. I'm glad that we've made it this far. But what I will say is that we have a lot further to go when we talk about equity and safety of everyone. The people that are incarcerated, the administrators, the COs, everyone that works in the building should be safe. And I think if we do away with this solitary confinement and find ways to truly rehabilitate people in a way that is conducive to human dignity, that we will have much more people coming home that can be productive citizens in society when they get here. They're not damaged, the mental damage that is done, and the other health issues that are exacerbated by being in solitary confinement. This is why we have fought so hard to get here today. And like I said, we're making strides, but we got a lot further to go. And I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation to make sure that we get where we need to be so that everyone is safe and everyone is given an opportunity to do what we say they should be able to do, be rehabilitated and return to society, because it is true. As the good senator stated, over 90% of these people will be coming home back to our communities, back to our families, and exposing us to what they're bringing home in the way of being damaged through solitary confinement. So I want to thank you and the good chair from the House and all the members on this committee, and for the bipartisan effort that was made to make this happen. I believe that it speaks volumes today. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that everybody on both sides of the aisle and on all sides of this issue have the best of intentions in trying to come to language that both protects the inmates from excessive solitary, which we've heard testimony severely affects their mental state, and also at the same time protecting the staff and officers and correction officers that have to deal with people that are very often unruly and dangerous. I'm not sure if this language really makes really cuts that balance, but I can certainly see that it's an effort to do so. and that both sides of the issue and both sides of the aisle appear to have gotten a little something that helps their cause to some extent. I do think it probably needs more work. I'll continue to listen to the debate, but I do recognize that, you know, we can't just eliminate solitary. It would put the officers that have to deal with very dangerous people in grave danger. And we can't, on the other hand, just allow solitary to be used without some type of limitation, because that puts the inmates in danger. So there needs to be, in my view, a balance that protects both. If this language is that balance, I'm not exactly sure. Hopefully the debate today will make my mind up one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. For the public hearing, we heard from a lot of corrections officers, and one of the things that I brought out from it was the fact solitary confinement is not what everybody's thinking it is. When somebody's put into that, they have counselors, they have medical, they have time out of the cell, they have showers. When somebody thinks of solitary confinement, they see the loss of all of those. Now, when an inmate attacks a guard and stabs them, those people against solitary confinement, what do you do with that person? That's pretty concerning. There's quite a few crimes against other inmates in prison system as well. And sometimes you have to remove those people from those people that are committing these crimes from general population to protect the guards and to protect the other inmates. And given the description of what solitary confinement is from those that work there every day, it sounds like they still have many of the freedoms they still have. They're just separated from general population. So I'm going to vote against this bill, strictly from what I've heard from those that actually work in the prison system. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you, Senator. And I will make just a brief comment. I do understand that this was a work in progress, and two groups came together to try to make this legislation more palatable and work for both the staff, the general public, and the inmates. But unfortunately, at the time of the public hearing, we had some testimony from actual corrections officers that didn't get a chance to see the change of language. And I didn't get a chance to really discuss that thoroughly with the boots on the ground. And I still want time to do that. And for that reason, I'm going to be voting no here today. But I do realize that this is a give and take, and I see that happening. And I look forward to continuing that conversation. But until I speak with more officers and rank and file, I'm going to be voting no at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ciccarella. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Madam Administrator. One moment. Now, Madam Administrator, if you call the roll, please.
On item number 10, Senate Bill 459, an act concerning the Commission for Correctional Oversight, etc. So that was a motion for a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4192. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom. Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel,
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey, Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Havelock D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative in the name of Kevnisha Boyd, a DOC mental health counselor who quit her job due to the impact use of solitary confinement.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims, Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
could you please repeat?
Yes, Representative Veach votes no. Can you
Thank
hear me?
I can hear you. I your mouth matching your face, but
Sorry.
Right, it's all good. Thank you. Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Administrator, Representative Stafford votes yes.
Madam Administrator, Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, we will move to item number 12, Senate Bill number 461, an act concerning the statute of limitations for crimes committed against the elderly. It's a JFS LCO 4113. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Fishbein. This is an extension of the statute of limitations for prosecution of crimes committed against the elderly, changing where the that timeline runs from the point of the commission to the point of the discovery. The LCO adds except in line 43. Discussion on the bill before us. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to this particular bill, I ask and move that it be moved to the consent calendar.
Moved by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? If not, item number 12, Senate Bill number 461 will be placed on consent. Next, we have item number 13, House Bill number 5414. There is a JFS. It's LCO 4168. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I will read the title. I skipped the title. Sorry. The title is an act concerning protections for persons receiving and providing reproductive health care in the state. Moved by Representative Blumenthal. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gilchrist. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is meant to address a number of laws in other states that have been pursued recently. Aggressive laws directed at banning or burdening abortion or other reproductive health care, both civilly and criminally, beyond those states' borders and including in the state of Connecticut. These other states' laws put Connecticut residents, including doctors, nurses, midwives, others at risk of lawsuit or criminal prosecution for obtaining, providing, or helping others obtain reproductive health care that is legal here in the state of Connecticut. This bill contains a number of provisions that are meant to help ensure that Connecticut law applies here in Connecticut and that people here in Connecticut can provide, obtain, or assist others in obtaining reproductive health care that is legal here in the state of Connecticut without fear of legal sanction. And it will be meant to be a defense of Connecticut's sovereignty over its territory and its residents. There is substitute language, which was resolved based on discussions with the House ranking member that remove the punitive damages provision in Section 1 and make the attorney fees provision in Section 1 at the discretion of the judge. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've thought a lot about this proposal. It's probably not a majority of my constituents are pro-life or lean pro-life, but the substantial number of individuals take this issue extremely seriously. My guess is that quite a few of them were here at the Capitol just a few weeks ago on the rally outside the Capitol on a Wednesday in favor of life issues. So this is the way I look at this. There are some states, it's my understanding, Texas, I think a substantially similar law was just signed into existence in the state of Idaho that essentially give the ability of someone in those states to sue either an individual or an entity in our state of Connecticut if somehow that entity or the defendant is alleged to have helped an individual obtain an abortion. I don't even know how that's going to play out because during the public hearing on this proposal, sort of my notion of what an abortion is, and I've only seen videos, I've never been in an operating room or anything like that. But apparently the march of big pharma goes on and people can obtain an abortion or terminate the baby, fetus, however you want to define it, with a pill. And so I don't know who makes the drug. If those corporations are located in Connecticut, we have a lot of drug makers in Connecticut. They're huge employers. And I just don't know if, how does this shake out? Does this mean someone in Texas can now sue one of our major employers in Connecticut? Sort of seems like very tenuous when it comes to jurisdiction. And now I'm going back to my law school days where you have to have minimum contacts and things like that. And what they're passing in Texas and Idaho and these other states seems to be very broad in their reach. And I don't know how it's all going to play out as far as court cases. When you lay on top of that, and I haven't been studying the docket of the United States Supreme Court, but there's this notion out there that There's some cases that the United States Supreme Court have taken up, and that they may make a ruling over the summer pulling back from Roe versus Wade, or either in whole or in part. And I just don't know how that's going to play out. And I don't think anybody can actually, with any degree of certainty, predict how the Supreme Court's going to rule in any particular issue. But that's certainly a big question mark out there as well. So that's what I'm looking at right now. And so on the one hand, I'm concerned about this proposal because I don't want to move in a direction, while I respect people's right to choose, where we would now be a sort of like super safe harbor, and now people would flee from other states to get abortions in Connecticut. And that certainly wouldn't be a position that I think a lot of my constituents would be happy and supportive of as well. It's one thing, what the laws of Connecticut are. It's another thing, sort of opening yourself up to a lot of other folks from other states. Conversely, the other side of that thought process for me is I also am very protective of my constituents, right? Whether I agree with them or not, I sort of take umbrage at the fact that someone out in Texas can decide, from their armchair out there, hey, we're going to launch some lawsuits against people in Connecticut or businesses in Connecticut or deep pockets in Connecticut. And that doesn't do anybody any good. And it's like, hey, back off. This is our state. We get to sort of chart our own course. So right now, I've stated more than once, I've put forward what I thought was a very modest proposal on just parental notification when it came to abortion for a minor. We have parental notification if you want to get your ears pierced, but we don't have it for abortion. I just think the fact that parents know like what drugs might be dangerous to their child, or medical complications, or even like, does the minor know their blood type? Maybe the parent does. But I can't, I think I got a public hearing on that once and it didn't even get voted. So I think Connecticut's pretty set regarding how it views this particular issue. But at the same time, I don't necessarily, I on balance, and while I respect the negotiation that took place regarding this and the efforts by Representative Blumenthal in moving forward with this, I had to really, I just want my constituents, folks in Connecticut, to know I gave this a tremendous amount of thought. And while I respect folks that believe stridently that this is a person's individual right to choose regarding this particular proposal at this time, I'm going to vote no. And I just wanted that as part of the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Its very essence, I think a fundamental role of government is to provide for those that cannot provide for themselves. I mean, the handicapped, those that have mental issues that they just can't provide. Certainly a baby is, the most vulnerable and unable to provide for themselves. So this bill, I don't look at so much as a pro-life, pro-choice bill. I look at it as a states' rights sort of bill. I have a lot of problems with the fact that if someone needs to get a service that they desire, that they have to go to a different state when they can't, through their own political machinations, get that to be acceptable in the state in which they choose to reside for the most part. And then they go to that other state, and then the home state brings action against the foreign state. There are so many law school essay questions that are compacted into the legal ramifications of all of that. But what's here ultimately, the carve out in its current form I can't support. You know, there are different ways that this could be addressed, and perhaps ultimately the Supreme Court will have to weigh in on this overlapping of long-arm jurisdiction and all of those things. But at least what's here before us here today, I do fully understand the conundrum, the quandary, the legal ramifications of what other states have done, therefore possibly negatively impacting the residents and the businesses of our state. And I'm troubled by that on one plane, but I don't know that this is the way to deal with it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that not only that we're going down a dangerous path here, but I also think, you know, I'll also share my criticism with the states of Texas and Idaho and whatever other states are passing these laws without regard to the subject matter of abortion. I think that when one state starts making actions that take place in another state actionable in the first state, I think the concept of the long arm statute starts getting very wishy-washy. And I think that's a dangerous road to go down. We have federal courts, we have ways to deal with things that cross state lines. And I'm not sure that modifying a long arm statute to allow an action in another state, an action in your state that takes place in another state is really the way to go. So, you know, I don't think that the Texas and the Idaho and whatever other states that are doing this are without fault. But since I'm a legislator in Connecticut and I can only vote on bills in Connecticut, I'm going to oppose this bill too, because this just compounds it. This you know, sees the problem and raises it an additional problem. Now, I certainly understand and appreciate that the punitive damages part and the attorney's fees part has been removed or modified. And I think that takes a step in the direction of making it a little bit less constitutionally objectionable from my standpoint, because my fear would be that if we have a treble damages provision, then the next state is going to have a quadruple damages provision. The next state will have a quintuple damages provision, and there will be no end to the state's laws that criminalize or make actionable, not criminalize, but make actionable conduct in other states. It would be a very slippery slope. I still think we're on that same glide path without the punitive damages and the mandatory attorney's fees provision. I think we're on a slightly less steep glide slope, but we're still heading in that same direction. And I don't think either any of the states should be on that glide slope. So I'm going to be opposing this bill for that reason. And I will certainly let my colleagues talk about the subject matter of the bill. But from just a procedural and a constitutional standpoint, I could not support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to be supporting this policy today. There are 21 states currently that have laws or constitutional amendments in place that if Roe were to be struck down, they would immediately ban abortion. And so we have seen people coming to Connecticut already from other states, and we will continue to see more people come to Connecticut from other states seeking abortion. And so ensuring that we have protections in place is incredibly important. Many of the individuals who spoke before me have cited the Texas law, which creates pretty much bounty hunters, and there are copycat laws being introduced in other states. And so, as the previous speaker said, it's the other states who have really now, done the overreach. They're coming after individuals who are seeking abortion in other states. In addition to the Texas law, an example is a Missouri law that was introduced that says anyone who conceives a baby in Missouri would not be able to get an abortion. I have no idea how they plan to follow through on that, but I'm very happy and grateful to Representative Blumenthal for working on this policy to ensure that we have protections in the state of Connecticut so that individuals who are seeking legal reproductive health care, including abortion, are protected. And so I'll be voting yes today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist. Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Speaking in support of the measure, I'd like to thank the proponent and to say, if you're really pro-life, it has to include the life of the mother. And the prospect of American women fleeing from one state to another because of the actions of opportunist politicians is horrifying. This is not a new issue, by the way. This particular strategy, I think, is artful, and it's very much aimed at the legal aspect. In Ireland, so you know, for many years, abortion and birth control were illegal, largely by constitution, even though they manufactured birth control pills in Galway, and everyone called them cycle regulators, and everyone who wanted an abortion went to England. In the early 90s, a 13-year-old girl was raped. It was called Case X. She tried to go to England for an abortion, and the Attorney General of Ireland got an injunction to prevent her from leaving to go to England. This became known as the right to travel, which may very well be where we end up. Will women have a right to travel? Although it's not totally on point to what's behind us, the background issue is the same. The outcome of a number of cases like that in Ireland meant that the Irish people overwhelmingly voted to reject that portion of the Constitution, and they amended it. I would hate to see vulnerable women suffer in order for some of the statutes that are being contemplated overturned. And to add to the comments of my colleague from West Hartford, there was a debate last week about whether or not women should be executed for having abortions. In a primary, not in my party, they're losing all sense of perspective. So I want to thank you very much and say that these issues have been debated elsewhere, and we have to keep our balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have one question for a point of clarity, and this could go to the proponent, but the bill talks about allowing other people besides doctors to perform. I'm not sure if it's perform or help with the care afterwards. I just need some clarity on what exactly is this bill permitting when it comes to the process of an abortion. Are there doctors, or are we allowing people that are not doctors or physicians to perform abortion?
Representative Blumenthal.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question, Representative Porter. This bill does not directly address who can provide abortion care. There is a bill that was recently voted out of the Public Health Committee that does address that issue. This one does not address who can provide an abortion. Through you.
Thank you for that clarity, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, if you please call the roll.
That's item number 13, 5414, an act concerning protections for persons receiving and providing reproductive health care services in the state. There was a motion for a JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4168. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom, yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative Fishbein.
Not with as much vigor, but Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar. Representative.
Anwar votes yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome, Senator Anwar.
Thank you. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Could you please repeat? I can't see you.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Chicarella.
Senator Chicarella votes no.
Representative Conley. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pablock D'Amato. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Can Representative Conley vote?
Could you, yes, while you're right there, Representative Conley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Sampson, I'm sorry, can you please repeat your vote because I didn't see you?
Yes, ma'am. Senator Sampson votes no.
Thank you. Representative Sims, I saw you just entered. Are you available for your vote, Representative Sims?
Representative Sims votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, we will move on to item number 14 on our agenda, House Bill 5468, an act establishing the crime of harmful communications with a minor. I'll seek a motion for a JFS LCO number 4167.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Kissel, a second from Representative Fishbein. This bill, as the title suggests, is the bill concerning online grooming. It creates a new crime of online grooming. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Callahan first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the committee taking up this bill. And as I spoke during the public hearing and we received some public input, there are estimated to be over 250,000 online predators on every day seeking especially children between the ages of 12 and 15 through various social media platforms. And as it stands now, there seems to be a gap in our statutes that allows them to engage in conversations that gains their trust. And once they do gain their trust, the conversations turn to dangerous sexual content and pictures, and worst case scenario, meeting in public and sex trafficking. I believe this is a good addition to the statutes of Connecticut and will protect numerous children from these predators online. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that this is a good step in the right direction, but I would ask why are we excluding in-person grooming? Is it worse to do it online than in person?
Representative Drabitsky, I think the intent of this bill, as we heard at the public hearing, was online speech and online communications. I don't know whether one's better or worse, but certainly the gap in the law that was presented to us relates to online speech.
Okay, so do I understand that it's already in our statutes illegal to groom in person?
Representative Drabitsky, I believe that's correct, although that was not testimony that we heard at the public hearing.
Okay, well, I'm going to support this because I think any step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. But as it goes forward, I am interested in maybe I'll do a little homework on my own and see if there is really a gap, and if we're just missing online, or if by passing this bill we're creating a gap and ignoring the very real danger of in-person grooming as well. So I'll support it for today, but I do think that it's important to make sure that we don't have a gap and that we cover all bases. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention, as one of the co-chairs for the Children's Committee, this has been one of our priorities. And right now, with some of the apps that are out there, this is something that has truly become out of control, and having protections and having this definition is going to be a step in the right direction. I look forward to supporting this. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the committee for having this important discussion. There's obviously a very real problem here, and I'm pleased that the committee is acting to address it. I also have heard from constituents who are concerned about some of the definitions contained in this bill. I just wanted to clarify that I'll be voting yes today to get it out of committee, but like so many of the bills that we're moving forward against these deadlines, I understand that legislation may be a work in progress, or perhaps we can continue having discussions down the road about the definitions in this bill. Either way, I'll be voting yes to get it out of committee, and I thank the leadership of this committee for taking up an important issue.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a brief thanks to Representative Callahan, Representative Welander, and Senator Anwar. I know there's been a lot of work to get this bipartisan bill through, And I'm looking forward to supporting it and working further and getting this voted out of the House and through the Senate and signed by the governor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just align my comments with the good senator, reserving my right pending these definitions and what they become moving forward. But I will vote yes to support getting it out of committee today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I too want to thank Representative Callahan for, as a freshman, educating me on this very troubling topic, and was the genesis for this bill that we have here today. So I thank him very much for that. And Mr. Chairman, knowing of no objection to this language, I do move it to the consent calendar.
Is there objection placed on this item on consent? Is there objection placed on this item on consent? Hearing none, this will be placed on the consent calendar. Next, we'll move to item number 17 on our agenda, House Bill number 5472, an act concerning sexual assault in the absence of consent. I'll entertain a motion for a JF at this point.
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion by Representative Gilchrist, second by Senator Winfield. I am now going to make a motion to strike section oral amendment motion to strike section 2 from the JF language. So the motion is from Chairman Staffstrom. The second is from Representative Fishbein. On section 2, what I would say on this amendment motion is this bill, as we've heard with a couple of our bills today, very, very much is still a work in progress. I think we heard or received testimony from both the public defenders and the chief state's attorney that section 2 as written in the underlying language of this bill has some serious constitutional issues to it. And so I would like to, what it essentially does is shift the burden of proof onto a defendant, which is not, which we are not able to do for a whole host of reasons. So what I would like to do is I would like support to strip section 2 of the bill today, and then to move forward with just section 1, which is the current definition, so that this conversation can continue after our deadline of Monday. Frankly, I don't know that we will get to final language on this bill this session, but I certainly would like to try. And I will make the representation, as this is a House bill, that even without section 2, this bill will not run in its current form on the House floor, but that we will continue to talk about it over the next few weeks. Representative Gilchrist on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just want to thank you and say I support the amendment. As you mentioned, this is a work in progress, and the intent of those who support this measure was never to shift the burden of proof. We do intend to work with the Department of Criminal Justice, the Public Defender's Office, and advocates to see if we can get this bill to where we want it to get. But section 1 does include a definition of consent, and currently Connecticut law is absent in that regard. And we've heard from the Connecticut Supreme Court that they have looked to the legislature to define consent. So I would ask that my colleagues support this amendment today.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just for clarity at the outset, what LCO of this bill are we working with?
Representative, we're working off of the JF language. We're working off of the language that we heard at the committee. So it's House Bill 5472. It's just the JF, the raised bill language.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, right now we're working, the one that's in the system is LCO 3385, which has section 1 and section 2. And the amendment that's before us is to strike section 2 from that. what's going on. Thank you for you.
Give me 1 second just to double check the LCO number. Okay, so for clarity, the underlying motion was a motion to JF raised bill 5472, which was LCO number 3385. My motion was to strike section 2 from LCO number 3385.
Okay, thank you. I thank you for that clarity. You know, I take the representations that this is a real total work in progress. I must share, though, that I am significantly concerned about what is before us. I think at the public hearing, I brought up a lot of problems with these 6 lines that can be construed various different ways. And I'm also concerned that, you know, we're defining a term that is utilized in section 1 presently, which may impact other things. So I heard the representations. I know that this language, that there's a stopgap here. I recognize that. I do intend to vote no against this. I am and have been.
Representative,
Yep.
just for clarity,
I'm
we're
sorry,
still on
I'm
the
voting for
amendment.
the amendment. Yes, I am voting in support of the amendment, and I guess I'll reserve my remarks for the balance of the bill. So thank
Okay.
you.
Further comments on the amendment? Representative Gilchrist for a second time on the amendment? No? Okay. All right, so let's do this. Let me try your minds on the amendment. All those in favor of striking section 2, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Section 2 is stripped from the bill. Okay, we are now on the underlying bill, which remains just section 1. Representative Fishbein, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For about 4 years now, I've heard that there's an issue here. And that issue really has not manifest by anyone to me what actually needs to be addressed. I am certainly open to addressing if there is a problem in our existing statutes in prosecuting what I consider to be one of the most heinous crimes one could commit. So I'm interested in being part of those discussions, working on language. But right now, I don't know what the advocates are looking to fix. So with that, I don't think it's responsible that I vote in favor of a definition that doesn't fit into anything right now and perhaps could be troublesome should it ever go anywhere. So I understand the representations. I understand there is a stopgap, but that's the underlying reasoning for my vote here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gilchrist on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we're trying to do here with this bill is bring our state law in line with our cultural understanding of sexual assault. So the cultural understanding of sexual assault has come a long way in recent years, but our state law has not kept pace. And so Connecticut state law is still primarily based on resistance and force. So when you look at the sexual assault statutes, much is about force of a perpetrator and resistance of a victim, when what we know to be true with sexual assault, well, of course, there are cases that include force and resistance. There are many cases where a victim of sexual assault has frozen because they are so fear-stricken, or they are coerced into sexual assault, or a dynamic is such where they feel as though they can't say no, but they're not consenting to the act. And so what we're trying to do here is to reflect in state law what we know to be true of sexual assault in the state of Connecticut. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, when we were discussing the amendment, consent is actually referenced in state law, but it is not defined. And Connecticut's Supreme Court has looked to our state for a definition of consent. And so Section 1, if passed today, will actually begin to have that definition. Jurors are currently in the state of Connecticut given a dictionary definition of consent. So I would really appreciate if our state legislature could actually be the one to decide that. As has been said, this is a work in progress. We were never intending to shift the burden of proof and are looking forward to working with folks so that we can get to the place we want to go, which is giving victims of sexual assault the justice they seek through our criminal process by accurately reflecting in state law what sexual assault looks like for a majority of individuals in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your work on this bill. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in addition to what Representative Gilchrist just said, I certainly appreciate and support that concept. But as we all know, we don't vote on concepts, we vote on language for statutes. And I'm looking at lines 24 through 26 with regard to mental incapacitated. There's a definition of mental incapacitated, and in that it uses the word consent twice. Neither one of those uses of the word consent appears to fit in the definition that we're adding on lines 65 through 70. So we're adding a definition of the word consent that is used in the statute, but it doesn't seem to fit those words. So on lines 22 through 24, it talks about giving somebody who is under the influence of drugs that were administered to such person without such person's consent. And then the definition of consent talks about sex, doesn't talk about drugs. So it doesn't seem to make sense. I understand the purpose, the concept, but the actual language seems to add a contradiction into the statute. So until that's fixed, I'm not sure I can vote for this because it would be adding not only an ambiguity, but a direct contradiction of language into the statute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments on the underlying bill? Further questions or comments? If not, Representative Flexer. I'm sorry, Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to briefly add to the conversation. First of all, I want to thank Representative Gilchrist for her work and her leadership on the legislation before us. And I think this is an important effort in our long-term effort as a legislature to try to shift the way we talk about issues concerning sexual assault. And we've long had a need, as Representative Gilchrist just clearly pointed out, for a clear definition of consent. And I'm hopeful that with the support of this legislation today, we can continue to have meaningful conversations so that we can stop having a criminal justice system that far too many victims of sexual assault feel isn't responsive to their needs and understanding the real trauma that they've been through. And moving forward with codifying a definition of consent is a huge step forward to doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That's item number 17, 5472, an act concerning sexual assault and the absence of consent. And the motion is for a JFS. It's amended by Amendment A. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stafstrom.
Representative Stafstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Representative Conley, Representative Curry.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorella votes no.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Lux, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Porter, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus, Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Madam Clerk, Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, my apologies. Representative Rabimbus votes in the affirmative.
you. Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, we'll move to item number 18 on our agenda, House Bill number 5499, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Commission and the Division of Criminal Justice. I will entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4184.
So moved. Second.
I got a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Senator Kissel. This bill does essentially two things. First, it makes clear that the Criminal Justice Commission has the ability to discipline the chief state's attorney short of simply removal. So it would allow the Criminal Justice Commission to suspend or otherwise reprimand the chief state's attorney in the appropriate circumstance. The bill also places certain limitations on the political activities of certain employees of the Division of Criminal Justice. Questions or comments? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So am I to understand that currently the Criminal Justice Commission could just terminate the chief state's attorney, but what this bill, should it pass and be signed into law or go into law, would allow some latitude and things in between or lesser than you either just do nothing or you terminate the individual. Is that a correct read of this?
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to support this proposal. Thank you.
Senator Champagne?
Thank you. We're going to be voting no on this, and then the main reason is anytime we limit somebody from holding public office, I have an issue with that. And just for that reason, I'm going to be a no.
Further questions or comments on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Item number 18, 5499, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Commission on the Division of Criminal Justice, JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4184. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Stafford votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day. Representative Palm.
Palm votes yes.
Representative Papasanata. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, when you're ready, we'd like you to call consent calendar number 1. And just for housekeeping folks, we are not done yet. We're not really that close, but we're going to run the first consent calendar at this point.
Okay, on the consent calendars, item number 9, Senate Bill 458, now concerning the provision of substance use disorder services and mental health services to individuals who are incarcerated. JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4101. Item number 12, Senate Bill 461, an act concerning the statute of limitations for crimes committed against the elderly. The motion was for JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4113. Item number 14, House Bill 5468, an act establishing the crime of harmful communication with a minor. The motion was for a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4167.
Take a motion to move the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Madam Administrator, please call the roll on the first consent calendar.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom,
Representative Stafford in the affirmative.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel,
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney, Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette, Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorella votes yes.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Luxembourg, Rep. O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Representative Pablo D'Amato,
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
thank you. Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabindus, Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims, Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
please repeat, we can't see you, Representative Walker.
Okay, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam,
Representative, oh, go ahead, Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
thank you.
All right, we are going to return to item number 6 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 444, an act concerning a study of the civil laws of this state. I'll entertain a motion for JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. This bill does what the title says. It conducts a study of our civil laws. Questions or comments on the bill? If not, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is this is a dummy bill. I have always been opposed to dummy bills. I'm still opposed to dummy bills. I think dummy bills are put up to circumvent the public hearing process. They are essentially empty vessels through which additional legislation can be put in later that hasn't made it through public hearing. And I think that it's a disservice to the people of the state to put up bills that that really don't have any substance to them and are used later for other purposes. Now, I understand and acknowledge that both parties use these dummy bills. This is not a challenge to one party or the other. Both parties take advantage of these things. I still don't think that makes it right. Just because my party does it too doesn't make it right. I am opposed to dummy bills and will not vote for dummy bills because I think that the substance of any bill should go through public hearing and give the people an opportunity to see it, to address their legislators on the issue, and I'll be opposing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I will just say, without getting too deep into the weeds here, I think certainly placeholder or study bills are important to the process. I think oftentimes we have bills that as they go through committee or after committee, there are certain parts that may be objectionable to some folks and not others, and they allow us to break bills apart down the road. So I would urge the members to support this and the next few bills that we will do and hopefully be able to vote on as a block of bills. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to tag on to that, it's my understanding that this bill, as well as the next three, can be characterized in the same fashion. So that question being answered in the peremptory, not that I'm going to vote for such, but I request that we create a consent calendar to deal with these 4 items, and that this item be moved to said consent calendar. So moved.
Okay, so there is a motion from the ranking member who has used these vehicles in the past to move Senate Bill number 444 to consent calendar number 2. Is there objection to placing this item on consent calendar number 2? Seeing none, it is so ordered. I will now entertain a motion to JF number 8 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 447. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Seeing no discussion on this bill, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing Senate Bill number 447 on our second consent calendar? Seeing none, so ordered. I will next entertain a motion to JF item number 15 on our agenda, House Bill number 5469. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 15, HB 5469, to the second consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, we'll turn to item number 16 on our agenda, House Bill number 5471. I'll entertain a motion for JF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Discussion, seeing none. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 16, HB 5471, to the consent calendar, to our second consent calendar. So moved.
Is there objection to placing item number 16 on our second consent calendar? Seeing none, I would ask somebody to move the second consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion to move consent calendar number 2 from Senator Winfield, a second from Senator Kissel. Madam Administrator, could you please read and call the consent calendar? Oh, Senator Flexer, do you have a comment on this?
I do. I just have a procedural question, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the attorneys from the Legislative Commissioner's Office could address this, or maybe our wonderful administrator. But can an individual vote against the consent calendar?
Yeah, they can.
They can. And so I guess my question for LCO is, how is a committee action different than an action on the floor of a chamber?
I would respond by simply saying that when the proponent is moving the bill to the consent calendar, that does not implicate the way that a legislator is going to vet or vote on the consent calendar. It's a procedural device that's moving a group of bills clustered together for a vote.
I'd also add that even on the floor, once items have been moved to the consent calendar, an individual does have a chance to vote against the consent calendar itself.
That's not been the interpretation in the past given on the Senate floor, but that's a question for the Senate floor. So I appreciate the clarification here in the committee and the chair's answer and Attorney O'Shea's answer as well. Thank you.
Representative Baudet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a point of information, I did actually about 4 or 6 years ago vote against the consent calendar in the House when my bill was not part of it when it was supposed to be. So my past practice was to vote at least once on the floor against the consent calendar. But that's just a point of information that did happen once for me. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And based on what we heard from our LCO attorney, just for the record, it is the ruling of the chair that someone can vote against this consent calendar should they so choose. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That's item number 6, Senate Bill 444, and that concerning a study of the civil laws of the state, the JF, motion for JF. Item number 8, item number 8, Senate Bill 447, and that concerning a study of criminal laws of this state, the motion is for a JF. Item number 15, 5469, and that concerning a study of the civil procedure laws of this state, the action is for a JF. And item number 16, 5471, and act concerning a study of criminal procedure laws of this state, and the motion is for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, could you please repeat?
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley. Representative Curry. Representative Delaney.
Sorry, Representative Curry is yes.
Sorry, Representative Conley is yes.
Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Representative Palm.
Following the birthday boy, Rep. Hom votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato.
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative and wishes the birthday boy a happy.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also would like to say happy birthday to Representative Day and Representative Sims votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Could you please repeat? I'm sorry, I can't.
Yes, Representative Veach votes no.
Thank you. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. All right, we have about 4 bills left on our agenda. We are going to take a very brief recess, though, at this point, and make sure that the latest sub language has been distributed to those who are not physically present in the room. So the committee is going to stand in recess for approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
You're very welcome.
Excuse me, Deb.
Yes, Representative Labriola.
I'm wondering if I could change a vote.
Yes, you may. Let me just record this. Okay. So which vote did you care to change, Representative?
The first vote that we cast today.
The first vote was item number 1, I believe, Senate Bill 5.
I believe I voted negative. I would like to vote in the affirmative.
That is correct, and I will change your vote. Could you please announce yourself, though?
Yes, Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I missed a couple of votes, I think. Do you think it's okay to address them while we're waiting?
Senator Anwar, the first one that we were just speaking of, Senate Bill 5, that was a JFS proposed substitute LCO 4170. Senator Anwar, how do you care to vote?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
All righty. And Representative Sims, are you still there? Do you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, I do. I also would like to vote yes as well.
Could you please just announce your name?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you so much. Let's see.
Hey, Deb.
Deb, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi. I had to step away. I know I missed a couple, just the last 2, I think.
Right, we're going to start at the top, and you voted on that one, so then we'll go down the line here again. Senator Anwar, you voted on the second one as well. Representative Doucette, you also did. Representative Sims, which is 425, and that concerning sentence modification was a JF. Representative Sims, how do you care to vote?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. The next one was item number 7445, a JFS proposed substitute LCO 4118. Senator Anwar, how do you care to vote?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you so much. Representative Doucette, you voted on that. Representative Sims, how do you care to vote on item number 7?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Alrighty. Item number 10, 459. Senator Anwar, how do you care to vote?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Doucette, you voted on that one. Representative Sims, item number 10.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Item number 13, 5414, an act concerning protections for persons receiving and providing reproductive health care services in the state, JFS proposed substitute LCO 4168. Senator Anwar has voted, Representative Doucette, oh, and Representative Sims, I didn't even need to call that one out. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Okay, so then this other item that we've already voted on, you have, all three of you have voted. Let's just double check the two consent calendars. The first consent calendar, Representative Doucette, the first consent calendar, which consisted of item number 9, 458, item number 9, which was 458, item number 12, which was 461, item number 14, which was 5468. I didn't know if you needed me to read the motions on each one of those.
Nope, it's a consent calendar with those three things. Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Sims as well as Senator Anwar have already voted on that. Okay, let me look at the second consent calendar and see where we're at with that. Representative Doucette, the second consent calendar, which consisted of item number 6, 444, item number 8, 447, item number 15, 5469, item number 16, 5471, all JFs. How do you care to vote, Representative Doucette?
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Representative Sims, you've already voted on that, so everyone's all set that's here. Oh, well, let me just, wait a minute, this one that we've just got, this criminal justice one. Sim. Okay, everyone's voted on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, Deb, I'm sorry to bother you. Just confirming, you said I'm all set on my votes. I apologize.
No, that's no worries. Let me just double check. Okay, the one that we just did, 5499, an act concerning the Criminal Justice Commission and the Division of Criminal Justice. Representative O'Day, how do you care to vote on that? Item number 8.
Yes.
That was a yes? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, could you please say Representative O'Day?
I'm sorry, Representative O'Day votes yes with House Bill 5499.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, now hold on though. Let me just double check the others and see if you're all set in there. You are all set. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deb, I think I missed a couple votes in the beginning.
All righty, the first one, Senate Bill 5, JFS proposed substitute LCO 4170. Did you want me to read the title, Representative Khan?
Nope, I know.
That's the online grooming, Senate Bill 5, at all. Representative Khan, how do you care to vote?
Representative Khan votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 5, 425, an act concerning sentence modification. That was a JF. Representative Khan?
Representative Khan votes yes.
Item number 7, 445, JFS proposed substitute LCO 4118. Representative Khan?
Representative Khan votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, you voted on that. Let me just double check the two consent calendars that you voted on those, Representative Khan. Yep, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see you, Representative Conley. Let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, I think you're all set.
Oh, thank you. Have a good day.
I checked. You are all set. Thank you. Hello, Representative Delaney. I know I know I missed your vote here somewhere. Let me just double check where it's at.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, Representative Delaney, the first consent calendar, did you need me to read off the items on the consent calendar?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How do you care to vote, Representative Delaney?
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Thank you. And then the second consent calendar. How do you care to vote?
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Are there any other votes, Madam Administrator?
They're not, you've completed your duties so far today, but we are in a short break, and then we're gonna kind of regroup and get some more substitute language going, and then we'll be back.
Yes, ma'am. I meant for the ones, before the break.
Right, for right now, you're all set.
Okay, roger that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. You have to go on, you're on, make sure you're going. Pardon me? Have to be on Zoom.
Deb, just a reminder, your mic is on.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Representative Howard in the room, and I just encourage.
Oh, really? Well, tell Representative Howard I said hello.
But thank you for pointing that out, Representative Porter, because it's always good to.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
We don't want to say something that would be inappropriate for prime time. All right.
Exactly.
Okay, yes, Representative Howard, item number 1. Did you need me to read anything, the title, the motion? Okay.
Representative Howard, how do you care to vote?
Representative Howard votes yes.
Item number 5, how do you care to vote, Representative?
Representative Howard votes yes.
Item number 7, 445, how do you care to vote, Representative Howard?
Representative Howard votes yes.
You're good, thank you.
All right, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee meeting. Thanks for bearing with us, but I think all the members have the latest language for the last few bills here. So returning to our agenda, item number 2, Senate Bill number 16, an act concerning gun violence and juvenile crimes to implement the governor's budget recommendations. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4199.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Lesser and a second from Senator Winfield. The JFS language before us does a couple things. First, it allocates funding for the Firearms Trafficking Task Force, which I think is certainly something that is long overdue and needed. We have seen certainly a prevalence of illegal guns on our streets, particularly in some of our cities. We know that those guns predominantly come from 2 places. They're either stolen from unsecured places within our state, or they are trafficked in from out of our state. This legislature, with the support of the governor, has worked hard over the years at increasing our safe storage laws. It is time we put our money where our mouth is on keeping guns out of our state that are being trafficked in from outside. And I certainly hope that this funding will go a long way to doing that. The second thing this S language does is it looks at creating a mechanism for our state to take a more active role in the licensing and enforcement of firearm dealers within our state. Certainly that is something the feds can and should be doing, but I think it is important that we as a state also have a role and a say in how firearms are being dealt within our state. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the statewide gun trafficking task force was actually created in 2012. And that year it was funded. But unfortunately, I believe it was 2 years later, there was no line item in the budget. It's been discretionary. Even into the present administration didn't choose until this year to even bring it up. I can tell you that myself and my fellow Republicans put in bills since I've been here, and some of my colleagues since even before I got here, asking for this to be funded because we do recognize that there is a need. I heard about safe storage. When we debated the safe storage bills, we talked about police officers, law enforcement, and the thefts of guns from law enforcement who are actually exempted from safe storage for many of our requirements. And I would hope that as part of the statewide gun trafficking task force and their efforts now funded through this legislation, that they look at that aspect of this, because one who just merely claims that stolen guns are leading to crime, we have to look at all stolen guns from all places. Also, Mr. Chairman, the licensing aspect of this, in my opinion, there is already licensing that is sufficient for this industry. One cannot sell a firearm if they reasonably anticipate that they are going to sell 10 or more firearms on an annual basis. They are required to get certain licenses. They're licensed by the ATF, their FFLs. Also, we require local permits for these individuals. What's before us here today is to look at possibly having another level of license. And I do offer that I think there's very few, if I don't know of any industry that is licensed at such a high basis. So I do intend to vote against this legislation because of that, opening the door to the possibility of that happening in the future. But I do also commend the bipartisan manner in which this issue has been addressed with, resulting in what's before us here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to Representative Fishbine's comments. The first thing I want to say is that I'm ecstatic looking at the substitute language that we just received, understanding that the what I consider to be onerous gun control items that were contained in the original underlying bill and even the subsequent substitute language have been removed. And I want to speak favorably about the statewide firearms trafficking task force. This is something that I have been after maybe for the last 5 or 6 years. I've offered as an amendment in this committee a couple of times and also on the floor of both the House and the Senate. And sadly, it's failed on a party line vote every time. So it's somewhat miraculous and ironic to have the governor of the state pushing this legislation at this time. But I appreciate it. And I certainly am very pleased to see us coming around to actually addressing what I think we can all agree is the real problem. The vast majority of so-called gun violence in Connecticut and across the country is not, assault weapons, or because some collector is working on what might be categorized as a ghost gun in his shop or something. The vast majority of crime is illegally obtained and possessed firearms, mostly handguns too, not rifles, that are used in gang-related violence in our cities, and they are the result of trafficking of both guns themselves and drugs and things like that. So I'm ecstatic to see us addressing that problem. I would just make a couple of suggestions. One is that the other part of this bill that was referenced by my House ranking member is still concerning. And I'm going to follow this bill. I want to vote for this bill, but I can't vote for it until the remaining onerous piece in there about the licensing issue has been removed. But I did want to just say that I appreciate the work of everybody on the committee and specifically the leadership in working with us in a bipartisan way to get it to a product that I don't feel compelled to sit here and talk about for the next 6 hours and say good job. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, but I think I have a little bit of a different take on it. I'm looking at the S language and specifically in section 2 with regard to the licensing of firearms dealers. Now, I certainly agree that I don't believe that an additional state license is required. There's already a federal license and a local license. I don't believe that a state license is going to be is necessary. But what I'm looking at the language, and what I see is that this committee, which includes the commissioner of DESP and a representative of the Firearms Industry Trade Association, blah, 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 will study the feasibility of creating a state license. Now, my interpretation of that language is that they will study and determine whether or not creating a state license would in any way reduce the amount of violence perpetuated by guns and the illegal use of firearms, illegal sale of firearms. My guess and my strong sense is that they will study this and determine that no state license will advance that cause of reducing the amount of violence and reducing the amount of guns illegally sold, especially through already double licensed legitimate firearms dealers in the state. So I'm inclined to vote against this unless I hear vote for it. And especially because I think the funding and the revitalization of the statewide firearms trafficking task force, which is something I have been also advocating for many years. I think that that piece is important enough, and I thank the governor for seeing that that's a very important aspect of reducing the number of illegal firearms on our streets. So I'm inclined at this point to vote for this bill under the belief that even though Section 2 exists, I have a very strong feeling that there won't be any need for a state permit for firearms dealers, because they're already double licensed, and very, very, very few of the problems that we've got with regard to illegal guns in this state come from already licensed, legitimate firearms dealers. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I would just only remark that obviously I don't want to presuppose what the commissioner will come back with, but I appreciate your support of this bill, and certainly I think whenever we can work in a bipartisan manner on stuff, as we saw with the juvenile justice bill we did earlier this week, and many other bills this session, it is a benefit to this committee and to the state, and I agree in commending the governor and putting this language forward. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to align myself with Representative Dubitsky's comments just before me. I'm extremely excited to see this substitute language. As somebody who has spent my entire adult life combating crime and violent crime, it's great to see the collaborative effort. And I also like to commend the leadership of this committee, the collaborative effort to put a bill forward that really strikes to the root problem of gun violence in the state, which is the criminal element of it. And to see the funding of that, and to know that we're going to go out and really get to the root of how illegal guns are making it into our street is so inspiring. And I understand my colleagues' concerns in Section 2, but again, to align with Representative Dubitsky, I think the right people are there to make good decisions, and I look forward to hearing the report, and I look forward to voting for this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Baudet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to also align my comments with my colleagues and sincerely thank the leadership of this committee for this bipartisan legislation and working together on it. And we normally do, I know, in this committee, and I'm just very appreciative and looking forward to continuing along those lines and voting for this legislation coming out. Thank you.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, first up, I want to say that I recognize the commentary about the desire to fund the gun trafficking task force. I think that's been amongst a lot of legislators of various political persuasions and different parties. As a subcommittee chair that deals with this over in another committee that sits in this room a lot, the Appropriations Committee, I have for years endeavored to put money in that spot and in several other spots that would do a lot of good for the state. The budget process being what it is, we haven't prevailed. It looks like we may have the ability to prevail this year, and for that, I am thankful. That work, I think, has been, this has been a long time coming, given what we see with shooting in our state. So I just wanted to put that on record and say that I think this is an issue that has always enjoyed bipartisan support, and with this bill today continues to do so. Thank you.
Representative Fishbein, second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I listened to the debate and I've reviewed the language in a more discerning manner. I do intend to support what's before us here today, and I just wanted to let my colleagues know that if anybody was inclined to follow what I had said before. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. As much as I usually follow how you vote on stuff, I appreciate the heads up there. Madam Administrator.
So item number 2, Senate Bill 16, an act addressing gun violence and juvenile crime. That was a JFS proposed substitute LCO number 4199. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Repeat.
We were shocked, so I got to go again. Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Conley. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding. Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg. Rep O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Representative Porter.
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes. Sorry for the delay.
All right. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We will next move on to item number 3 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 306, an act concerning deceptive interrogation tactics. I'll entertain a motion for JFS, LCO number.
Move by Rep Porter.
Second, Representative.
I have a motion from Representative Porter and a second from Representative Sims. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this bill seeks to do is make admissions, confession statements, whether they're written or an oral statement, inadmissible or deemed involuntary if they're obtained by means which under the bill are defined as deceptive.
Questions or comments on the bill? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I have an amendment here, and I guess my first part is sort of like just the mechanics of this. I provided it to the chairs. Has it been disseminated to the membership so they are aware of this amendment, or should I read it into the record? How do you guys want to, how does the chairs want to proceed?
The amendment, I do not believe has been provided. I think technically it is supposed to be emailed by the proponents to the members before it can be called. We can stand at ease for a moment. All right, we will reconvene. Members, if you direct your attention to your email box, I believe the amendment has been sent to you by the House Republican Caucus, sorry, the Senate Republican Caucus attorney. Senator Kissel, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am moving this amendment to the bill. Would ask that there's a second.
Second. Okay, so I have a motion to move proposed amendment to Bill 306. I believe the LCO number is 4172. Is that correct, Senator Kissel?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
If I could summarize.
If you could summarize, and I have a second from Representative Kissel. So if you could summarize the amendment, sorry, Representative Fishbein. So if you could summarize the amendment.
Sure. So I appreciate the efforts of the chairs and other advocates in taking what was before us and streamlining it to a great extent. I think we were all in agreement that a lot of the issues put forward in the original proposal, they simply aren't done here in Connecticut when it comes to interrogation. We don't waterboard people. We don't keep them from getting any sleep. We don't say we're not going to give them any food if it's going long. It's just not like that whatsoever. But in my mind, there are certain things that law enforcement should have at their disposal when conducting an investigation. And what this does is, even though the bill before us this afternoon is better than the original version, this would also make sure that the ability to use a false fact about evidence or maybe hold back certain evidence could be used in investigating a crime and asking individuals what they know about it. And so let me just give an example, because it's not as horrible as it's being portrayed. For example, let's say you have somebody and it's a murder investigation. You feel as law enforcement that you have arrested the right individual. Everything that you've gathered so far as evidence goes, makes it appear clear that the individual you're interrogating committed the crime. Would it be so horrible to say, oh, and we have your fingerprints at the scene, thus leading to the individual saying the jig is up and then confessing to the crime? I don't think that that's so horrible. And I think that that's an efficient use of time. And it's not something that is going to mar or the individual that's being questioned. Likewise, if there is something important that had been gathered by law enforcement that points directly to the individual being questioned, let's say you have, let's say their ID fell out of their pocket while they were ransacking the house and it's a home invasion, and you don't want to tell the individual, hey, we've got your ID like right there on the floor of the living room, but you want to try to elicit information from them. I think that they should have the latitude to do that as well. So, you know, I'm not involved in law enforcement myself. Yeah, do I watch a ton of NCIS and FBI and all those programs that all of us watch to a greater or lesser degree? Yes. Do I think law enforcement, that thin blue line is implicitly biased and against the public? No, I don't. I think it's absolutely necessary. And I think that we as a society and as a legislature have been pretty tough. And I've said this over and over. I think the pendulum has gone too far regarding efforts by this legislature. And this can be perceived as yet another methodology of tying law enforcement's hands. So I'm offering this amendment because I think if we take these parts out of the proposal, we'll have something that I can support. And I think it probably would sail right through. And with that, if I may have the indulgence of the chair, I'd like to yield at this time to Representative Howard, who has an extensive background in law enforcement, having spent his professional career in law enforcement. Mr. Chair.
Senator Kissel, we will get to other comments on the amendment in just a moment. I just want to make sure, I think I misspoke earlier, that the JFS language before us, the motion was a JFS of LCO number 4172. There is not an LCO number on the amendment. The amendment was prepared by House Republican, Senate Republican caucus and does not have an LCO number on it, but has been distributed via email to folks. Before I turn to Representative Howard, I think our LCO is trying to get our attention. Ms. Ram, Attorney Ram.
Thank you. I just had a question about the first line of the amendment to line 3 of LCO 4172. It's striking nonverbal or any other form of communication. I think you either need to retain the word communication or also strike the modifiers, written, oral, electronic.
Senator Kissel. Committee will stand at ease. Senator Kissel, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom. So to LCO's concern, we just want to keep the term communication, and that would clarify.
Okay, so you withdrawing your amendment?
Just that portion that was not in comportment.
I'm not sure how we do that procedurally. I think we need to withdraw the amendment and file a new one. Committee will stand at ease.
So how are we going to do this?
Can't we just fix it under Rule 13B?
I don't know. I just wanted to move the concept and I could withdraw what's here, but
All right, committee will come back to order. Senator Kissel, it's my understanding that you would like to retain the word communication in line 3. Is that correct?
that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We are going to deem the word communication in this to have been a grammatical or typographical error. In the opinion of the chair, if this amendment is adopted, LCO is hereby authorized to remove the word communication from your amendment and to retain that in line 3. Is that sufficient for your purposes, Senator Kissel?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. So again, for the record, LCO is authorized to make that change to the amendment should it be adopted. Representative Howard, you have the floor on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yeah, I look at this underlying bill, and as we spoke about in public hearing, the goal of an interrogation is to get the truth, not simply to get a confession, but to actually get to the truth of the matter. In many cases, it's much a chess match. You know, if the officer wants the truth and the suspect doesn't want him or her to have it. I've done a lot of interrogations in 20 years, some on serious crimes up to including homicides and some on less serious crimes. And I know that no two are the same, just like no two chess matches are the same. And just like in chess, experience matters. If we change the rules on an experienced chess player, that person becomes a beginner again. And our officers in Connecticut have years and years of experience in interview and interrogation. And much of this bill really doesn't change the rules of how police work has been or should have been being done all along in the realm of these interviews or interrogations. But there are a few things, and the senator, and I want to thank him for bringing this amendment forward, that if it stays with the underlying bill without this amendment, would effectively, in the realm of interrogation, erase years of officers' experience. Now, as I said, no two interrogations are the same, and I could broadly say to my colleagues that, generally in an interrogation room, we develop a rapport. I like to let suspects lie and lie a lot, poke holes in their story so they run out of lies, and then I give them an out to tell me the truth. And we could talk about how investigators can claim that they have fingerprints or they have DNA, but the fact is that any investigator knows that that's a very risky move. Unless, of course, somehow that individual didn't have gloves on, or that they somehow know that you had their DNA from a previous conviction. Those tactics are used in a limited form because of their riskiness. But in a much more benign way and much more common, officers use deceptive tactics as defined in the underlying bill and communicate false facts. As an example, and I could provide millions, but in the interest of time, I'll give one example where you may have a burglary at a Dunkin' Donuts and you see a red SUV that comes in on a neighboring camera, and you could tell the suspect's in a red SUV. You develop your suspect, you get him into an interrogation room, and you divulge to him that it was a blue sedan, that you saw that a blue sedan came in and that's what you're looking for. That suspect can then turn around and say, no, I was in a red SUV all day. In fact, I went to the Shell station on Main Street, and you can get their surveillance. So by providing a false fact, in his effort to exonerate himself, the suspect has just told you where you can go find evidence that he was in that vehicle that day. And those are important. As I've told my colleagues many times, our criminal justice system needs to be a balance of the liberties of our citizens against the public safety. Crime prevention, seeking justice for victims of someone impacted by someone who did not follow the laws that we have agreed on. And when someone reports a crime, they expect our police to solve it. And our police officers need the tools and resources to do that within the framework of our government, our judicial system, and frankly, our Constitution. The parts of this bill that Senator Kissel seeks to take out would strip officers of those very tools. In public hearing, we heard from advocates who cited the percentage of wrongful convictions that are a result of false confessions. But when they were asked how many confessions were gained from guilty people that were then brought to justice, no answer could be given. I would submit anecdotally that number is significantly higher. Again, not a perfect system, but a balanced one. I'd also like to say that police training has, in recent decades, advanced at an exponential pace. And in the realm of police training, I think Connecticut has some of the highest standards of police training, professional standards in our nation. We also have some of the most robust laws surrounding police accountability. I remind my colleagues that while current law only requires that A and B felony interrogations be audio and video recorded effective July 1st, our laws will require all of our officers to wear body cams, thereby all interrogations will be recorded audio and visual. And in comparison to other states, we heard in a public hearing that the International Association of Chiefs of Police endorsed this concept, but in fact, a little follow-up with that particular advocate, I found that the IACP only endorses this language as it sits for juveniles, not for adults. We're also told by advocates that such states as New York, Oregon, Illinois, and Utah have adopted similar legislation. But again, a little follow-up shows that legislation is, again, specific to juveniles. No other state in the United States has adopted the measures that include sections B and C that the good-ranking senator seeks to take out with this amendment. I would also remind my colleagues, we had several experienced police officers testify in this bill that the inclusion of B and C would significantly inhibit their ability to do their job. One such retired police officer from the police captain from the city of Waterbury, who works for the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, testified in favor of the bill, but further stated that those lines need to be removed, and he agreed and stood by that. I confirmed with him yesterday during a follow-up conversation that is still his position. Interestingly enough, when we look around wrongful convictions, false confessions, and misinterpretation of physical evidence or forensic evidence sort of run neck and neck as to the percentage of that they play in those wrongful convictions. So I would propose that if that's the tack that we're taking here, my concern would be that our next step perhaps would be that we would outlaw the interpretation of physical evidence. And at some point in time, we're basically telling our police officers, you just can't investigate crimes anymore. And we have to acknowledge as a legislature that despite all of our best efforts, there are always going to be people among us that are bad people and even good people that do bad things in certain circumstances. And for those victims, we need a transparent and accountable police force, which we have, but they need to be empowered to offer those victims justice. That is our system. This bill strips officers of that with the inclusion of B and C. And I'm going to be supporting this amendment, and I would ask that my colleagues do. I would ask them to remember that throughout my time here, I have always come to this committee and every bill that we talk about, whether in committee or on the floor, with a marriage of my experience and a compassionate understanding for the need to balance our system. I'd ask my colleagues to trust my judgment, my experience, and vote along with me and vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that given the amendment before us, I'm going to ask people to join me in opposing the amendment. And I think that the notion that any of the things that we are talking about here are benign may hold true until it's not benign, until it implicates somebody's freedom, until somebody spends any number of years in a prison system because that benign thing turned into something that is real, that is impactful, and is part of the reason or the reason that their liberties have been removed. For those people, it's not benign. And also for the people who were actually the victim of the crime, it's not benign because the person who spent time in jail, in prison, was not the person who committed the crime. This bill before us, the underlying bill, is a bill that's still being discussed. As I've said to both the proponent of the amendment and Representative Howard before this, I'm happy to continue to have conversation, and I don't know where that leads. But at this moment, I'm asking people to join me in opposing this bill because while I recognize what is being said, I don't see benign as such when it actually has the type of impact that potentially it could have. I would also say that the notion that some places are looking at laws similar to what we are contemplating here and applying them to juveniles does not mean that they should not be applied more broadly. We shouldn't have a justice system that says you can deceive one group of people versus another. That doesn't seem like a justice system that I would want to be associated with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A comment and a question, and I'll start with a question perhaps to the proponent of the amendment. When I think about false confessions, when I think about deceptive practices and interrogation, the case that comes to mind for me is not one out of New York, but not one out of Connecticut, but one in New York, and one that I'm sure is familiar to many members of the committee, and that's the Central Park 5 case. In that case, just to jog everybody's memory, police told 5 teenagers that others had implicated them in a crime that they did not commit. That deceptive interrogation tactic resulted in false confessions that effectively ruined the lives of these young men and their families. A question to those in support of the amendment, and I'm not sure who exactly to direct it to, Mr. Chair, but I'll leave that to you. If this amendment were to pass, if lines 8 through 12 were removed, would it be permissible for police officers to communicate false facts about evidence that were known or should have known to be false, including the fact that they were implicated through eyewitnesses that in fact didn't exist?
Senator Kissel.
Yes.
Senator Haskell.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my good colleague for his answer. I understand his concerns. I respect the comments that my good friend on the other side of the aisle made today, but knowing that I can't support the amendment today. Our criminal in response to the comments made by my colleague in the House of Representatives, in my view, our criminal justice system isn't built to make sure that we get it right more often than we get it wrong. It's built to make sure that we don't get it wrong ever. And God knows we don't live up to that promise, but we have to at least acknowledge at every possible juncture that even one wrongful conviction is too many. And here we have a tool before us that repeatedly leads to wrongful convictions. We know that 29% of wrongful convictions here in the state of Connecticut stem from deceptive practices used in interrogation. So this is, I think, an effective way to make sure that that we don't let anyone slip through the cracks as they go through this really horrible process. And yes, I concede that it makes our criminal justice system, it makes the job of law enforcement more hard, but it's important that that job is hard. Otherwise, the rights of those who are accused of a crime or those who are undergoing interrogation can't possibly be respected. So I'll be voting no on the amendment today.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first I want to thank Representative Howard for his comments. I definitely respect what he does and how he shows up in this committee. I appreciate a previous conversation, but I've had an opportunity to talk with a few officers, some that I hold in high esteem. And the common thread in the conversation coming out of this was they thought this was a good bill, and that what it would do, in all honesty, validates what Representative Howard said. It will slow down the process, right? This is the way they're accustomed to doing things. This is the way they're used to doing things, but it doesn't mean it's the only way to get the job done. And it would definitely slow it down. So based on that and the great point that was just made by the good senator, I'm going to be a no on this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein on the amendment again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So one of the things the amendment does is in line 3, it removes the clause nonverbal or any other form of, and that's tied to communication. So the definition of deception or coercive tactics means the use of conduct or written, oral, electronic, nonverbal, or any other form of communication. That's how the language presently exists. And the purpose of the amendment, one of the things the amendment does is to remove that clause, nonverbal or any other form. So the question is, what is that? Through you.
Senator Kissel.
Well,
I didn't know if that was rhetorical.
Yeah, Representative Fishbein, we're on the amendment. So if you have a
Yes,
question for the proponent of the amendment, you can pose it.
The amendment removes that language. So one who has advocated to vote against the amendment, I would hope would know what that means. So I don't think that would be directed to Senator Kiss, with all due respect, because he's asking in the amendment for that language to be taken out, and I support the amendment. So I'm trying to figure out what that means that someone would have kept in this bill.
So Representative Fishbein, we are on the amendment right now. If you want to ask questions of the proponent of the amendment will answer them. If you'd like to pose questions to the proponent of the bill, you'll have to wait until the amendment is adopted or rejected.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that doesn't make sense, because one of the things the amendment does is it removes that particular clause. So I've heard that people are saying they're voting against the amendment. So part of voting against the amendment would keep that language in the bill. I think that language is nondescript. I don't know how, and I would like to talk to any police officer who has stated that they're in support of this language is drafted, because I have not spoken to any that are in support of this language, but I'm just focusing on that particular clause. I understand if the amendment fails, then that language is still in the bill. And at that time, it's already been addressed whether or not to take it out. So I think this is the time to deal with the amendment, which is before us, and the amendment that seeks to take that language out. Through you.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much. I not that I would ever be a judge or anything like that, or LCO, but to me, I would just read the words as they are. So if it's nonverbal, verbal means some kind of language. It could be, so I'm thinking any kind of bodily movement. You could be hovering over the individual. You could be glaring at the individual. There could be anything. I mean, the universe of nonverbal is infinite because it's everything but the verbal. And so verbal to me wouldn't necessarily be written. It would be articulated in some form of language. So it's everything other than that would be the way I would interpret it.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a glare, if that is what this clause directs, how is one to prove or disprove that a glare was used during an interrogation through you to whomever?
Senator Kissel.
To my mind, that's one of the reasons why I am supportive of this amendment, because as a practical matter, I think it would be very difficult, although Representative Howard does indicate that in the next few months, all law enforcement will have body cams, and perhaps from the body camera footage, actually that would just record the recipient of the nonverbal communication. I have no idea, other than the testimony of the defendant in a room. Maybe there's someone else in the room or another observer, but it would probably be difficult for anybody here, like on this committee, for me to testify how I'm looking at someone. Most of that is how the receiver of that look feels about it. And they might interpret, I might be smiling at them and maybe they think it's a glare. Who knows? So part of the problem here is definitional. How do you even get your arms around all this to say it was appropriate or inappropriate? And that's why it's included in this amendment to be stricken out. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's exactly the point. The hairy eyeball, we sometimes call it, ways somebody looks at one, looking to get them to say something or do something. What this language does presently without the amendment is it would allow someone to assert that they were illegally coerced by a glare. And that, we have done a lot of stuff, anti-police legislation in the last couple of years. And I just think this makes it even worse. And I intend to vote for the amendment. But I'm just trying to figure out why anybody would want that language to be in this language before us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Callahan on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a comment on the amendment. I certainly appreciate my colleagues who've spoken before me. I really appreciate Representative Howard's eloquent description of why this amendment is positive. When it comes to the nonverbal, who someone outside the room, if there's going at some point that we'll have body cams in that situation, but most of these interrogations are recorded. Someone outside the room is going to make a decision if a nonverbal communication was threatening. Perhaps I was an officer in the room and I took a peek at my Apple Watch, and one of my kids just texted me they got in a car accident, and I expressed emotions outwardly. For someone who's not in the room, they could take that as some sort of aggravation or threat to the person I'm questioning. So someone outside of that room is going to make a determination whether the officer was at fault for maybe using some sort of threatening bodily behavior. The amendment would take that away, and it's a good amendment, and I would hope that my colleagues would support it, and it makes it a better bill. So I certainly support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments on the amendment? Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I had stated it earlier, but I would like a roll call on the vote, please.
When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please take the roll on the amendment.
Okay. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the negative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes no.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes no.
Representative Blumenthal. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Chicarella, Representative Conley, Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes no.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes no.
Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes no.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello, Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes no.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes no.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes no.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes no.
I'll get you Senator Chicarella at the end if you don't mind. Representative Labriola.
Thank you.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes no.
Representative O'Day,
Missed the voting, but I'll get that.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm votes no.
Representative Pablo D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the negative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes no.
and Senator Chicarella.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Thank you.
Madam Administrator,
Representative Dillon,
I'd like to vote no.
is there anyone out there that,
Yeah, Madam Administrator, this is Representative Walker. Representative Walker votes in the negative.
thank you. Thirty-three members voting, yea 13, nay 20, 0 abstentions, absent not voting 6.
The amendment fails. Further on the bill? Further discussion on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That was item number 3, Senate Bill 306, JFS. The motion was for JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4172. Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield, any affirmative?
Representative Staff,
Representative Stafford votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel,
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Chicarella,
Senator Chicarella votes no.
Thank you. Representative Conley, Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney, Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette is voting no today to flag it. Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello, Representative Fox, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser, Rep. Luxembourg,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pablo D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes no.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Representative Riley, Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Could you please repeat? Senator Lesser,
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lesser votes yes.
thank you.
Funds over there. Let us think about it.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative. Representative Conley votes yes.
Anyone else out there?
All right, next we'll turn to item number 4 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 307, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability and priority given to cases prosecuted, JFS number 4191. I have a motion from Senator Winfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Senator Lesser. Senator Winfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The substitute language before us moves the Criminal Justice Commission into the Office of Governmental Accountability. It allows for discipline of the Chief State's Attorney. It causes the Criminal Justice Advisory Board to develop recommended policies. There's formal training that's supposed to be put forward by the Chief State's Attorney. This deals with the elements of that formal training. It also deals with the Office of Governmental Accountability. It deals with the Office of Governmental Accountability, dealing with the personnel, payroll, and affirmative action, and those things. Now that it's in the Office of Governmental Accountability.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I can represent that I am okay with sections 1 and sections 2. But, and I believe section 3 as well. But beginning with section 4, I believe this legislation takes a very diverse turn from where many of us would have us be. You know, and I'm not going to do this in a series of questions because I think I have a lot of the answers, but I'm just going to make general statements. So in the beginning of section 4, we are empowering the Division of Criminal Justice Advisory Board to create policy. When I say we are, I'm not in support of this concept. It's the legislature that creates policy. And we're initiating, and those members of the Criminal Justice Advisory Board are not elected individuals. So if they do something bad, they can't be removed through an election. They are appointed individuals. And they're going to, under this legislation, come up with policy regarding the initiation of charges. So the process by which, I mean, charges initiate with many times a police officer. So now we have the Division of Criminal Justice Advisory Board stepping into that area. Charging juveniles as adults. That's something that the legislature, we've spent a lot of time talking about over the last few years. In fact, we JF'd a bill a couple of days ago having to do with that. We've had proposals dealing with that. But now we are sending that to unelected individuals to come up with policies regarding that. Dealing with the standard of proof required to initiate and maintain charges. Well, that's probable cause. We're going to lower the probable cause standard? Or are we going to heighten the probable cause standard? I don't know. But we should not be deferring to another group of unelected individuals to create policy. To assure compliance with and enforcement of the state constitutional rights of victims, that is a laudable clause. But I can't tell from what's before us what they're actually looking at. The use of grand juries for investigations. Now, presently, we don't have grand juries for state actions here. So I would think that this body would have to empower someone to look at whether or not a grand jury process, which I'm going to tell you is a multi-million-dollar initiative, would be appropriate. But yet we are empowering this group to develop policies regarding the use of grand juries for investigations. We also have the language in here that reviews state's attorneys. And, you know, we had some testimony regarding this from some state's attorneys that indicated that some of this stuff they have nothing to do with. For instance, at line 239, arrests. State's attorney's not out there, you know, Peter Policeman on the corner, directing a police officer whether or not to arrest someone. So state's attorneys are going to be reviewed on arrests, including citations, summonses, custody arrests, warrants, and on-site arrests. Those are all things having to do with police officers. So now, if a state's attorney is assigned to a particular GA, and it happens to be a high crime district, they are being evaluated on how the police do their job. Continuances. I don't know what that means in the context of this language. I mean, certainly state's attorneys, you know, they have no control over whether or not a pro se defendant needs a continuance. I can't tell what they're looking at here, or a represented individual files for a continuance, or the state's attorney applies for a continuance. It just says continuances. It's that language that just sits there. Failures of defendants to complete diversionary programs. I don't understand what a state's attorney has to do with, other than assigning, suggesting, perhaps objecting to a diversionary program, but whether or not the defendant completes that, it's not on the state's attorney. Non-judicial sanctions, which I have no idea what those are, and whether or not those non-judicial sanctions happen, we can't tell. Data on plea agreements. Now, you know, what about the other side? So you have a case where it's a breach in the second, and the prosecutor offers to knock it down to creating a public disturbance, and the accused doesn't accept that, which I'm going to tell you, you know, happens. You know, they'd rather go to trial. Now, the state's attorney is reviewed on whether or not the plea agreement was accepted. It takes two parties to have an agreement. There's a lot of problems in the languages before us in 307. And, you know, I offer, you know, we were going to run an amendment today, but, you know, a lot of people complain about the Attorney General's office. So let's have the same sort of review process for Attorney General. In fact, give it to the ACLU. Have them come back to us, some sort of data on reviewing attorneys general as to how they act, how they do their job. And I would hope that those recommendations would be relevant. I'm not going to make that motion here today. But, you know, what's before us here today is anti-police legislation, anti-prosecutor legislation. You know, at some point, there's got to be accountability. People don't just get up in the morning and get arrested because they woke up, because they left their house. People get arrested a lot of times because they committed a crime. In my experiences with various prosecutors across this state, they try and close those files. And it's not, you know, we need another person to go to jail, which is the perception that many try to advance up here. It's general public safety, it's sympathy for victims, and it's to reduce recidivism. Prosecutors need to be reviewed. I don't disagree. But this stuff that they have no control over, it is not fair to hang over their heads. So I do intend to vote against this legislation, this proposed initiative. I could go on and on about this, but I will not. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know there wasn't a question, but there was a lot there. So I feel like I should at least say what the current language before us does in respect to the things that were brought up. As it relates to the advisory board and those policy prescriptions, I just want to be clear, with all due respect to Senator Fishbein's perspective on this, that what the bill suggests is that the advisory board would make those policy recommendations, and that those policy recommendations under the reporting statute would be coming to this body, the elected body that represents huge parts, if not all, of the state, depending on who currently sits on this committee. So I just want to make sure that it's not that people don't misunderstand that the advisory board makes the policy itself. As it relates to the conversation about line 239, there was a lot of conversation about the state's attorneys, the prosecutors, and their review. As this is written, this is the Division of Criminal Justice, the Judicial Branch, and the Department of Correction, and others who are involved, basically gathering data. It doesn't say what we had seen at one point about the review. So I just want to make sure people are free to vote as they want. I just want to make sure that people don't get the idea that what we are saying in this bill is that the advisory board would be making policy, and that those reviews are necessarily implicated in that language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Labriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak against this proposal, certainly for all the reasons mentioned by the ranking House member. And I am not going to belabor this. I acknowledge that this is a well-intentioned piece of legislation. However, there are numerous problems with it because it represents a massive and radical shift in the criminal justice system, which is a system that I have worked for 35 years as a criminal defense attorney. And so I know that this piece of legislation, if it was passed, would decrease morale of the state's attorneys. And just like with the police accountability bill, where the morale of the police officers was severely diminished, we'll see the same thing happen with the prosecutors if this were to pass. Prosecutors will retire, will leave the profession, will no longer wish to even serve as prosecutors. And it will also deter young lawyers from seeking the profession of being a prosecutor. That's how radical this legislation would be. All 13 states' attorneys strongly oppose it, as do criminal defense attorneys and public defenders. Rarely do we see such a broad group of people who work in the criminal justice system opposing a piece of legislation. Well, there's a reason for that. It's because it represents a massive shift and not in a way towards fairness. Section 4, reading the language, it talks about how it shall be for the purpose, these policies will be for the purpose of increasing efficiency, ensuring fairness, and eliminating bias across the judicial districts. Well, by moving towards some type of uniform way that cases are handled, that individual criminal cases are handled across judicial districts, that in fact, I would submit, goes against fairness. It actually does not eliminate bias. And so the people that are proponents of this, I fear, are not acknowledging or not realizing that there are unintended consequences which will surely happen if something like this were to pass. Because a prosecutor's greatest strength is their experience and is their judgment and is their discretion. And when a prosecutor looks at a case, they must handle that particular case based on that individual, what the facts of the case are, what happened, what's their background, all of those things. And anytime we move towards something where the policies are handled in a uniform way, the same way everywhere, the people who are going to be most hurt by this, the defendants who will be most hurt by this, are those people who this legislation seek to somehow protect. In fact, it's going to go the opposite direction because we're getting rid of the prosecutorial discretion, which is the ultimate result of these types of policies. By handling a particular case the same way, from probable cause to charging to handling in court to trial to sentencing, each step of the way of the criminal justice system, by handling it somehow uniformly, and in fact hurts the rights of defendants. And it certainly is going to endanger public safety. And it's going to greatly diminish the morale of the prosecutors who are on the line handling these cases every single day. There are so many problems with such a radical change. And so I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Champagne.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to repeat a little bit of what I've said in the past. And this is basically anti-prosecutor. And with the anti-police, anti-prosecutor stuff that continues out of this committee, it just amazes me at anybody that basically says that they're a politician and their number one goal is public safety. Because every time we do this, it's the public that suffers. And the crime in Connecticut that we're seeing right now is amazing. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody from Channel 3, and the conversation was on the crime. And the fact that, you know, laws that we've passed just continue to make it worse and worse and worse. You know, I hope nobody here ever becomes a victim of crime. But if you do, you're going to be very disappointed in the criminal justice system, because the criminal justice system is handcuffed. We keep talking about people in prison and more rights for them, but you got to understand, it's very difficult to go to prison in the state of Connecticut. And when you do, it's because you did something really bad, or you just constantly commit crimes over and over again. I've said this for 4 years now, since I've been on this committee. Yet we keep passing laws that make it easier to commit crimes and avoid going to jail, avoid any type of punishment. And now we're going after the prosecutors. I just can't wait to see who's next. Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to be redundant to what Senator Champagne and Representative Labriola said, but in preparation for today's meeting, I reviewed written testimony on this bill from numerous people, one being the past president of the Connecticut Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, a 40-year public defender that I worked with and greatly respect, all 13 of the state's attorneys, and they all have similar objections from both sides of the battlefield. And it's taking away discretion, as others have said before me, is actually counterproductive to, I think, the many purposes of this bill. To impose a scorecard type approach to imposing sentences takes away all the prosecutorial discretion. Taking away the 8-year term takes away the independence of a prosecutor to make tough decisions without political pressures. Over the years, there's been bills that have passed in 2019. Senate Bill 880 was an act increasing fairness and transparency, and there's also other bills that have been passed to collect data. And now we want to impose things based on a scorecard or a matrix instead of allowing discretion. Two cases aren't different. As during the public hearing session, I believe I brought up one of the cases I dealt with, and you've got the same offense per statute, but the criminal behavior in each one of those offenses was quite different. And this is counterproductive to, I think, the intent of the people who proposed it, and it's a bad bill and damaging to our state and damaging to the criminal justice system. And I'm certainly adamantly opposed to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what a lot of my colleagues have already said, and that is the concern regarding removing discretion in regards to the prosecutors. As Representative Labriola mentioned, and he's right, I think this has a lot of unintended consequences. Every single case is different. There's no case that is exactly the same. There's no cookie cutter type of case. And for a prosecutor to be able to look at the individual facts and the background of every single case allows them to serve justice in the best, most appropriate way. And by removing that discretion, in a lot of cases, we're limiting the prosecutor's ability to ensure that justice is served on both ends, on all ends. And any bill that hinders that, I don't know how, as a committee, we could support that. So I would ask all of my colleagues to consider that when voting today. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, I appreciate certainly the goals of this legislation and the intent, and I have the utmost respect for the opponents. But this legislation, I fear, is going to have horrible consequences. And I ask that if it gets through, as I anticipate it will, that the opponents of the bill, please consider reaching out and working with us going forward to try and address our concerns, those of us that are voting against this. And just I ask you to please listen to my colleagues that are in the law enforcement field, and listen to the state's attorneys who have testified on this, and consider their input. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I just want to point out, we heard before that with regard to section 7, which talks about things that the state's attorneys are going to be reviewed on. That was the presentation that I made. A representation was made that this legislation merely calls for data collection. But I'm going to point out that section 7 modifies 51-286J of the Connecticut General Statutes, and that's where all of this stuff that I talked about was listed. If we go back in this legislation, though, to section, I think it's section 2, lines 95 through 97, it expressly says that beginning July 1, 2023, the Commission shall biennially evaluate the performance of each state's attorney in accordance with section 51-280 as amended by this act. So, in effect, the things that we talked about, 51-280 as modified, is dealt with in section 6. So I believe we are creating more of a standard for the state's attorneys to be evaluated on. Also, this language reduces the term of state's attorneys. I don't believe this was addressed before, but I think for the public's edification, currently a state's attorney holds office for 8 years, and we are reducing that to 5. So I don't believe there's any such provision with regard to attorney general appointment, but that's a different question for a different day. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fishbein, I would concede your point on the appointment years, and I would also concede that when you read the bill in that way, you are correct. I am also here, unfortunately, a victim of a missing page. So point taken.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state that I'll be voting in the affirmative. Listening to this debate, one thing that is crystal clear over and over again throughout debate is that there are two different worlds. Like the world I live in, it is not hard to go to prison. It is not hard to get arrested and do so being innocent. Discretion, when we look at the disparate treatment and outcomes, I wholeheartedly support this bill. I think that it's going to level the playing field, and it's going to bring equity, that word we love so much, to the forefront. So I will be a staunch yes on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments on the bill? Further questions or comments? Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't, I'm not in the field of police work. I don't do criminal work in my legal practice, but I know that when you take discretion away, what you do is you establish sort of a common denominator where everybody is treated exactly the same, regardless of the facts, regardless of the circumstances. And in this instance, it appears to me that what it will do is it will force prosecutors to prosecute virtually every crime and every factual situation, even in instances where they normally would not. It just seems to me that we're going to have an awful lot more prosecutions where in many instances there would be discretion not to do so. If we're talking about equity, we're not going to have equity. We're going to have equality. Everybody's going to be treated exactly the same regardless of facts. It just seems to me that anybody who's looking for equity should not be supporting this bill, because this would just treat everybody exactly the same regardless of the factual situation. And there's going to be a lot more prosecutions, not less. That's how I'm reading it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, I will just say super quickly that I think certainly we have heard the concerns on this. I intend to support this bill today. I do agree that it needs some work after it moves out of this committee. Certainly, I am a big proponent of judicial discretion. It's why I've been such a staunch opponent of, for example, mandatory minimum sentences, which take away discretion from judges and prosecutors. So I think certainly the concerns have been heard, and we will look at them as this bill moves forward. Madam Administrator, call the roll.
Item number 4, Senate Bill 307, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability and priority given to cases prosecuted. There was a motion for a JFS LCO 4191. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stash.
Representative Stasham votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes no.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Representative Conley. Representative Curry. Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes no.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes no.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes aye.
Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes no.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Riley. Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Walker, Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Nice out there. All right, moving on to our last item today. Item number 11 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 460, an act concerning compassionate or medical parole and credits awarded for release during an emergency declaration. I'll entertain a motion for JFS.
So moved.
4-1.
Second.
From Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Sims. Is there discussion on this bill? Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that we had before us in the last session. It comes back to us again this year. There were some concerns expressed about the bill, despite the fact that we've been working together to make sure that this actually works. From the Board of Pardons and Parole, for the information of the members of the committee, if they don't know that, their suggestions have been incorporated. There were also some concerns expressed by the ranking members, and we're incorporating their concerns about what happens after someone has been let out and we're at the end of an emergency, and making sure that there's opportunity to review these people, bring them back, etc. So this is a bill that has had a lot of hands on it. And as with any bill, there's still some work that will happen post the committee, but I do think it represents efforts from all of those who've been involved in the conversation, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with the remarks of the good Senate Chair of the committee. Just to be specific about the changes that are reflective in the JFS language, the concern that we had expressed was that it seemed like should one of these compassionate releases be granted by the Board of Pardons and Paroles, there was no end to it. So it was like a sentence modification. The intent here is, an emergency declaration, and some sort of compassionate release could happen. There is a standard in here having to do with public safety, and that's something that the Board of Pardons and Paroles had asked for. So the JFS language requires a hearing within 20 days after the emergency is subsided to look at what happens to the individual afterwards. And another concern that we had expressed has to do with the amount of releases that happen and whether or not recidivism occurs during that term of release. So the revised language calls for data collection in that regard, because certainly we need to look at public safety with regard to this. I do intend to vote for this. I am in support of the general concept, and I do appreciate the revisions and additions that have been added to this language bipartisanly. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on lines 128 through 131. And I said that an inmate, that it excludes inmates convicted of a capital felony in effect prior to April 25th, 2012, or murder with special circumstances under a statute in effect after on or after 2012. Could somebody explain to me why that date is in there?
Representative, I believe that was when the death penalty was repealed, and the way in which we categorize sort of our top level capital offense changed as of that date.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was my only question.
Further questions or comments on the bill? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, if you could please call the roll.
Item number 11, Senate Bill 460, an act concerning compassionate or medical parole and release credits, parole and credits awarded for release during an emergency declaration. Motion was for a JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4197. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Submit a progress report to the Education Committee by January 1.
Senator
Ciccarello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Conley. Representative Curry. Representative Delaney. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Could you please repeat? I'm not seeing you.
Yeah, it's my camera's taking a while to load. There I am. Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Senator Lesser votes aye.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pablo D'Amato. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Riley. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Clerk, Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fox.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
All right, folks, that concludes our business for today. I think we had a very productive day. We are going to cancel tomorrow's meeting. The Judiciary Committee will not be meeting tomorrow. We will be in again Monday at noon. Members look for emails. There will be caucus before that, but we will start our JF Day meeting, our traditional JF Day meeting at noon. Try to get some business done before our witching hour at 4 o'clock-ish. We hope those who are willing and able will actually come to the building for JF Day on Monday. We're hoping to have a little JF Day party afterwards over at a local watering hole next door. So for those who are able and want to come to the building for that, we certainly would love to see you. Happy birthday, Representative O'Day. Enjoy your birthday dinner. I hope your wife is taking you someplace nice down there in New Canaan, right?
Thank you.
With that, anything from my co-chair? All right.
I
we
need
will
to mention that it's Alan Spots and Bill O'Shea's birthday on Saturday.
Oh, and happy birthday to Alan and to Bill as well. Senator. Nope. Okay. We stand in recess until 5 o'clock, and we will see everybody on Monday. Have a good weekend.
Happy birthday, Bill and Alan.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
Tom, you're lucky we didn't sing.
Happy birthday.
The stuff that could be accused. Stuff that could be accused. Allow.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, once CNN stops, CTN, we're not that famous. Once CTN stops, it's filming us, we get no more audio. We have to do it the old fashioned way. All righty. So why don't we, how do you guys want to do this? Because there's quite a few hands raised. You want me to, it's probably the easiest to go through every single bill right from the top. Okay? Just because there's so many of you rather than going separately. If that's all right with Karen.
That's fine. Deb, I think I just wanted to confirm you got my last vote. I was like a second late. If you got it, then I'm all set.
I believe I did, but I'm checking right now. Yes, I did get it, Senator Allen.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Alrighty. So let's start from the top. Representative Dillon, do you know of any specific bill? I mean, because I think you were here for most of the time. I mean, if I start going through each one, it'll take a bit. So unless you know of one specific one, we're going to start at the top.
I don't, ma'am. I was I popped off for meetings twice, but
yeah,
I keep an eye on you, but I may have missed something.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning. Senate Bill number 5, and I'm just going to read the item number and then the bill number, and then I won't go through the action unless you need me to do that. But right now, item number 1, Senate Bill number 5. I am missing Senator Lesser.
Senator in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. And is Rep. Luxembourg back on the line? I do not see him. Okay. Representative Riley, are you there yet? No. Representative Walker, are you there? Okay, moving on. Next one that we did was item number 5, Senate Bill 425. I need Representative Harding. You here? There? No. Okay. Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser, how do you?
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. We are on item number 5, Senate Bill 425. How do you care to vote, Senator Lesser? Okay, moving on.
Deb, my apologies, but I have an item number 4.
And Deb, I was an eye on item number 5.
Okay, thank you. Let me put that down for you. Alrighty, Representative Rabimbis, on item number 4307, I thought I heard that in the middle of it that you wanted to change your vote. Representative Rabimbis, you there?
Bimbis would like to vote no on Senate Bill 307.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5. Okay, I'm just gonna move all around because I got this one in front of me. Item number 7, 445, Senator Champagne, are you still here? Yes, you are, Senator Champagne. How do you care to vote?
Yes.
Can you please just announce your name?
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Lesser, how do you care to vote on 445?
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Thank you. Item number 10, 459. See who I'm missing. Representative Harding. You back yet? No. Okay. Senator Lesser, how do you care to vote? Senator Lesser, item number 10.
Yes, Senator Lester in the affirmative. I'm just
Oh,
reaching.
I apologize. Okay. Item number 13, 5414. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Thank you. Pablo D'Amato on, yes, Representative Pablo D'Amato, can you hear me for item number 13?
Yes, can you pass me for that for now? I have to look it over again.
Okay, that's fine. All right, item number 17, 5472. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Okay, Representative Pablo D'Amato, do you have an opportunity to vote on that?
No, I didn't, but pass on that one as
Pass
well.
you on that one as well? Okay, that's fine. All righty. And Representative Walker, item number 17, 5472.
Yes, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. All righty. Item number 18, 5499. Senator Lester.
She said so. But for me, for Representative Walker?
I'm waiting for Senator Lester.
In the Lester in the affirmative.
Representative Pablo D'Amato, did you want me to pass on that one as well?
No, Pablo D'Amato votes no.
Okay, thank you. Representative Walker, you've already voted on that one. Thank you. Item number 2, Senate Bill 16. Senator Ciccarella, are you still here?
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm still here.
How do you care to vote on item number 2, Senate Bill 16?
Senator Ciccarella votes no.
Okay. Representative Conley, are you here? No, already. Representative Delaney, I saw that you just joined us. How do you care to vote on Senate Bill 16, item number 2?
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Thank you. You're not here, are you? No. Okay. Representative Fox.
Oh, yes, I am. I am, Deb.
Okay, Representative Fiorello, how do you care to vote on item number 2, Senate Bill 16? That was a JFS.
Thank you. On SB 16, Representative Fiorello votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Fox, are you there?
Representative Fox votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Alrighty, Representative Harding still not here. Okay, Senator Haskell, are you here? No, okay. Representative Luxembourg's not here. Representative Riley's not here. Okay. Item number 3.
Deb, did I think I missed that one. I'm sorry.
Curry voted on item on 16. Oh, you're talking about item number 3?
Oh, my apologies. I'll keep quiet.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. But I mean, you did vote for the previous one.
Correct. Sorry.
Okay, that's right. Item number 3, 306 was a JFS. Representative, everybody, okay, it's ahead of me. Representative Delaney.
Not the amendment, the bill itself.
That is the bill itself. This one was not amended. This is item number 3, 306. We did not. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. We did vote on that amendment. However, that it's closed now. So in order for us to proceed with the bill.
Right.
So that you are correct. You did not. Well, you did vote on that amendment as well. Anyway, so
Just double checking. Yes, ma'am.
yeah. Thank you. Though. So that was
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dillon, you still there? Alrighty, Representative Fiorello, item number 306.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Dillon,
Yes.
item number 306 was a JFS.
In the affirmative.
Can you please announce your name?
Dylan says yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Representative Fiorello, item number
Yes,
3.
thank you, Deb. So SB 306, Representative Fiorello votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes no.
perfect, thank you. Representative Harding, still not here. Well, he's not here, okay. Item number 11, 460. Representative Conley's not here. Representative Curry. Representative Curry. Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Is this item 4, Deb?
No, it's item number 11, 460. Compassionate or medical parole and credits as the last.
Yes, I understand. So on SB 460, Representative Fiorello votes no. Thank you, Deb.
Representative Pablo D'Amato. Want to go back to that or?
Which one?
We're on 460. We're rounding back around.
460?
Yeah.
No.
Can you please announce your name and?
Oh, I'm sorry, Pablo D'Amato votes no on 460.
All right, Representative Walker, how do you care to vote on item number 11, 460? It's the JFS. You still there? Representative Conley, I see you there. How do you want to vote on item number 11, 460?
Good vote, yeah.
Could you please announce your name?
Oh, Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Okay. And then we've got item number 13, 5414. Let's see who we're missing here. Representative Pablo D'Amato, how do you care to vote?
I still have to pass on that one. I think there was just the very last one.
Okay.
Is that 460 the last one that we did?
Yes, 460 was the last one. So we'll pass on this one for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And Representative Walker, are you there? No, it doesn't look like you're there. Okay, well, don't go anywhere, everybody, because I need to check the consent calendars. Senator Lesser, consent calendar number 1. Did you need to know what was on there? Senator Lesser. Okay. Representative Bimbis, are you happen to be still on? No, I don't see you. All right, let's check consent calendar number 2. Senator Ciccarella, how do you care to vote on consent calendar number 2? And do you need the bills that were on there?
Nope, I got it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fox, how do you care to vote on the second consent calendar?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lesser, how do you care to vote? Senator Lesser, is he on or in? No, I think he's gone. Okay, I think we're good, people. Let me just double check while I've got you all here, just to make sure that my outstanding ones, and I'm gonna, Representative Pablo D'Amato, I'll hold on to yours till the end and to give you an opportunity to think about things.
Deb, I think I have to vote for SB 307.
When's that? 307, Representative Fiorello, how do you care to vote?
Representative Fiorello votes no.
All
I think we
right.
need to vote on that one as well, Deb.
Okay. Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
thank you. Representative Conley, are you still on?
Yeah.
I am, yes.
Okay, Representative Conley, item number 4307.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Perfect. Representative Curry left again. Delaney, Representative Delaney, how do you care to vote on item number 4307?
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Thank you.
Deb, did I vote on 307?
Yes, you did. You voted negatively. Did you, are you happy with that vote?
Yep, I just want to make sure that's correct. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Okay, so we're going over them all again while I got you all here just to make sure I've captured all of you. I think we're good, but let's just double, triple check.
I just wanted to make sure I'm 460, but I know I don't want to interrupt your method, but when you get to 460, if you could just see if I did vote and what that.
Yeah. I don't think we've gone past that again, rounded again. Because we had a system, but now it's.
I'm so sorry.
No, absolutely not. This is all part of the game. No worries at all. I should do this point, just put them in order and make it easier for everyone. Electamata, you're still holding, right? Your votes. Representative Conley, item number 2, number 16.
And that was the new JFS.
That was the new JFS 4199.
I will vote yes on that.
Could you please announce your name?
Oh, Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you.
I will figure this out eventually.
No, hopefully by then we'll have changed this thing. We'll be back to normal, whatever that is. But I think this it has a lot of advantages for a lot of people. So I think this is it for good. Senator Haskell's not in yet. Okay. Senator Lesser, are you back yet? Not yet. Okay. Alrighty, so the only people I have left are Representative Pablo D'Amato that are in this group that have outstanding votes. Everyone else is good.
This Deb, this is Deb, Tony.
Okay.
Am I good?
No, I think you were, hold on, let me just double check, because I think you were out. I was looking for you at one point. Let me just see.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thanks, Deb.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Representative Walker, for the second consent calendar, did you need to know what was on it?
No, I was watching. I just didn't get to the vote.
Yeah.
So Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, perfect. So this whole.
Yes, the TEDCO and Black Business Alliance, yes.
Say that again?
Representative, item number 1, Senate Bill 5. was
Number
adjourned.
1? I vote in the, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, great, thank you. Item number 5, 425. How do you care to vote?
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative, I think.
That was an act concerning sentence modification, and it was a JF, if that makes it easier.
Okay, yep.
So it's 20,000, so for 7 acres. And then
Item
there was a-
number 7,
a
445.
The museum,
Representative-
did they all in Wadsworth?
Representative Walker?
Yeah.
I believe I vote in the affirmative.
There was some sort of museum.
Okay, that's medical services, emergency medical services to an individual who's in the custody or control of a peace officer. There's there's a JFS language on that.
Oh, there is. What did my chairs do? Let me ask that.
Everybody voted affirmatively on it.
Okay, then I'll go back, because I didn't see the JFS language, but I'll
Yeah.
take that. Okay. Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. All righty.
Item number 4, 307, concerning prosecutorial accountability and priority given to cases prosecuted. There was JFS language on there.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting confused. It was
All right. Item number 10, 459, that's solitary. And there was a JFS 4192. How do you care?
Okay. Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Perfect, thank you. Item number, oh, you've already voted on that, okay.
So what time are we getting together tomorrow?
On that. On that. Number 11, 460, compassionate or medical parole and credits awarded for release during an emergency declaration. Language.
Tony, Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Tony Walker.
And why on that? That's the one I was checking on. Did I vote? And just to confirm, what my vote was a no?
On the compassionate release?
460.
No, you did not vote no. Did you want to vote no? Did you want to change your vote?
Please.
Okay, so
Please.
could you just please announce your
Bye.
bye-bye, Representative Walker.
See you tomorrow.
Senator Chicarella votes no on
Bye-bye.
bill number 460.
Okay, thank you so much. I will change that. And
Thank you so much.
you're very welcome. I saw Representative Delaney waving and
I'm done.
Madam Administrator, I just wanted to check to see if there was any more votes that I needed to count.
I don't think so. I thought we went through all this, but I will go through it again because sometimes people have OCD, including me, so it doesn't hurt. So let's just, I'm gonna go real quick. I'm not even gonna name the bill off until I get to where you are, but I'm pretty sure we were all set with you. Double, triple check.
Ma'am.
You are all set.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You as
Goodbye.
well. See you on Monday.
All right, see you Monday.
Hey, Deb.
Hello, Representative.
I just wanted to double check that whether I missed any votes.
I don't think so, but I'll look through here while I've got you on the line here. It doesn't hurt. I think we're good.
I think I missed that amendment, but
Yeah, that may very well be.
otherwise, hopefully nothing else.
Yeah, because I didn't see you when I'm flipping through here. Okay, you're all set. And Representative Blumenthal, you or Representative Fishbein will get with me so that I know which claims we're going to do or not do on Monday.
Yes, we are working on. I'm actually in a meeting on the phone right now as well.
Okay.
So
Good. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Deb. I think I got all my votes. Can you just check?
Absolutely. Let's check and see. I'm pretty sure because I didn't notice any outstanding when I was flipping through with everyone else, but it doesn't hurt to check again. Perfect. All
Thank
set.
you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye now.
Hi, Deb. Hello?
Sorry for the delay, folks. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the delay.
All good, Deb.
Okay. Let's get to business. Okay. All righty. Just looking to see who hasn't voted here. All righty, item number 1, Senate, oops, I lost everybody here. Okay, item number 1, Senate Bill 5, Representative Curry, you have voted, but Representative Riley has not. How do you care to vote, Representative Riley?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5, 425, Representative Curry has voted. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 7, Senate Bill 445, Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 4, Senate Bill 307, Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. And Representative Curry, you did not vote on that one. How do you care to vote, Representative Curry?
Representative Curry votes yes.
Perfect. Sorry to skip you over there. I didn't mean to. Okay. Item number 3, Senate Bill 306. Representative Curry has voted. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 10, 459. Curry has voted. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. We're moving around here because we called them out of order and then they kind of got out of order here. Item number 2, Senate Bill 16. Representative Curry has voted. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 11, Senate Bill 460. Representative Curry, how do you care to vote? That's compassionate release.
Yep, Representative Curry votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Item number 13, HB 5414 JFS. Let's see. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Okay. Item number 17, 5472. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 18, 5499. Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Okay, very agreeable. Let's see if you, okay, so on the first consent calendar, did you need to know what was on the consent calendar?
No, I believe I'm okay. Thank you.
Representative Riley, how do you care to vote on the first consent calendar?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, and on the second consent calendar, Representative Riley, how do you care to vote?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Alrighty, Representative Curry, you're all set. Representative Riley, you're all set.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you,
Deb.
Deb.
Thank you. We'll see you
Thank you very
Monday.
much. Have a good night.
You as well.
Thank you.
Agenda for.
Deb, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I thought that I got every vote today, but I was told I may have missed one.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Let me see what we got here. All righty. Number 2 on the agenda, Senate Bill 16, was that was an act addressing gun violence and juvenile crime with a JFS language.
I would like to vote yes, please.
Can I see your face?
I'm just going hands-free at the moment, but I'll be able to pull over in about 1 minute. Does that work?
Oh, that's fine. Let me just go through the rest of the list here and just double check that that's the only one. But
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
I'm here, Deb, too. This is Representative Harding.
Thank you so much for joining.
No, thank you.
All righty. In fact, I've got one right in front of me, Representative Harding, 5472, item number 17, an act concerning sexual assault in the absence of consent.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Wonderful. And Senator Haskell has already voted on that. Okay. Item number 18, I'm kind of jumping around here because I went through the others for Senator Haskell. Item number 18, 5499 was a JFS. Representative Harding, how do you care to vote?
Representative Harding votes yes.
Item number 2, Senate Bill 16.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Okay. Item number 13, 5414. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes no.
Item number 11, well, you voted on that, and so has,
I think Will only has 16, Senate Bill 16, right?
I think that's, oh, I'm sorry, Deb, go ahead.
No, I'm just double checking yours at the same time, but if you, are you free to go back to that one right now, or do you want to?
I am. I'm back on camera, and I'd like to vote in the affirmative on Senate Bill 16.
Okay. Thank you. Alrighty. While I'm on the phone, though, I should check the others. Thank you for your patience, Representative Harding. I'm just going to look.
Thank you. Absolutely.
To get Senator Haskell off the line so he can resume his business here.
How's it going, Steve? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's it going with you?
Things are all right. We received it. Well, talk to you offline. We were CC'd on a constituent case we should talk about.
Okay. Yeah. Just shoot me an email or a text or.
Will do.
How's law school search going? Good.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, you'll do well.
Thanks, man.
You'll do better than I did in law school. I'll tell you that. That's not a really high bar. But.
I'm sure that's not true.
Don't sell yourself short, Representative.
Thank you.
But you're all set, Senator Haskell. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you both. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. All righty, Representative Harding, I'm all over the place here, but item number, the first consent calendar. Did you want me to read off the ones?
No, it's fine. Just Representative Harding votes yes.
Put that to the side. All righty, item number 10, 459.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Item number 306. Representative Harding, how do you care to vote?
Representative Harding votes no.
Okay. You have already voted on item number 4. Okay. Item number 5, 425, it was a JF.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Item number 7, 445.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Item number 1, 5.
Representative Harding votes yes.
And let's see how we, oh, and then we've got this one, item number 6, no, take that back. It was not item next, it was a second consent calendar. Bill number 6 was on there. And did you want me to run down the bills that were
No,
on?
it's fine. Representative Harding votes yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Senator.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Enjoy your weekend.
You as well. Bye-bye
Bye.
now.
Well, I know that. I know. Sorry? Yeah.
Maybe the power cord does. Well, I'm guessing that's a holding on before you.
I never remember.
Luxembourg. Yeah.
Give me that headache.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, I was like, what is this? It was like- it was so many hours ago, Alan. I was like, what? Oh, that's funny. Hello,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon to you. Okay, get the show on the road here. I think you're our last holdout. Alrighty. Representative Luxembourg, first consent calendar. Did you need to know what was on it?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm a yes on the consent calendar. Or
And-
Luxembourg votes yes on the consent calendar.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. I'm sorry, the second consent calendar, Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Okay. Item number 1, Senate Bill 5.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Perfect. Item number 2, 16.
Luxembourg votes yes.
You. Item number 3, 306, and you voted on that one. Ooh,
Yep.
look at you. Okay. Item number 4, Representative Luxembourg. How do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 5, 425, Luxembourg votes.
Yes, Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 7.
Luxembourg, yeah, Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 10.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 11.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Now, what if we put one in there and then you didn't want to vote on it? What would you do?
I do vote no from time to time. And that's why I review the agendas carefully, but this one was one that I liked.
There you go. Okay. Item number 13, 5414. How do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Okay. Item number 17.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Item number 18.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a great day.
You as well. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
Bye-bye now.
5 minutes and counting. How do you have a call in? Called at 8.
Let me make sure. Thank you.
Okay, it's now 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, Thursday, the 31st of March. The Judiciary Committee meeting is now officially closed. Thank you. See you on Monday.